is Nico. I'm 11. I go to Urbana Middle School, and this is Hey Black Child. Hey Black Child, do you know who you are, who you really are? Do you know you can be what you want to be if you try to be what you can be? Hey Black Child, do you know where you're going, where you're really going? Do you know you can learn what you want to learn if you try to learn what you can learn? Hey Black Child, do you know you are strong? I mean really strong? Do you know you can do what you want to do if you try to do what you can do? Hey Black Child, be what you can be, learn what you must learn, do what you can do, and tomorrow your nation will be what you want it to be.
Good day. I'm John Eller, Director of the Center for Ray Bradbury Studies at Indiana University. I'll be reading from Bradbury Beyond Apollo, the final volume in my Bradbury biography trilogy just published by the University of Illinois Press. Ray Bradbury wrote his most enduring work in the middle of the 20th century. He had become one of the best-known visionaries of the space age, and these dreams unified everything he achieved in the last 4 decades of his long life. Chapter 2, The Darkness Between the Stars. Bradbury entered the fray surrounding the Apollo program cutbacks in early 1972, but only after his frustration simmered through the 2-year process of reducing the number of Apollo launches. In late April 1972, Kenneth Reich, editor of the Los Angeles Times op-ed page, gave Bradbury his first chance to defend Apollo in a syndicated column by inviting him to write on the deterioration of the American space program. Reich had recently launched an editorial initiative soliciting diverse views on public issues strongly expressed. And that's exactly what he received from Bradbury. The May 17th issue of the Times printed Bradbury's editorial, illustrated by the prominent political cartoonist Renan Lurie, under the unmistakable Bradbury title, Apollo Murdered, the Sun Goes Out. Bradbury used the image of our descendants 1 billion years from now, living on other worlds, wondering if we knew, in our time, the cosmic significance of Apollo 11. The special day when, after 3 billion years of genetic waiting, genetic dreaming, man reached up to touch space, touch moon, touch eternity. He went on to rehearse the common sense-based generalizations he would use for years. The money isn't thrown into a crater on the moon. It employs scientists and technicians and manufacturers on Earth. The money we spend on space exploration is a fraction of the money spent on foreign wars. And he also offered the most chilling image of the cosmic alternative that he would ever write in essay form. Go out and look at the stars tonight. Let the darkness between the stars warn you. There is more dark than light in the universe. We must be part of those small touches of fire that fill an otherwise empty space. We must choose light and not delay. Otherwise, darkness chooses us. For Bradbury, a deeper knowledge of the space between the stars was simply irrelevant. His metaphor offered truth, not fact, and it would compel regardless of subsequent discoveries of dark matter, dark energy, or even the more measurable electromagnetic phenomena of solar wind and the broader interstellar medium of gas and dust. It was all about the survival of humanity, long into the future of the cosmos. To abandon the first step beyond Earth was to abandon life itself. Bradbury sensed that the Soviet program was in no position to take over lunar exploration. Sometime in 1972, Apollo 12's Alan Bean, soon to command the Skylab 3 mission, sent him sketches of the Saturn V's Soviet equivalent, which Bean found to be smaller than expected. Bradbury's hopes were now pinned on America's unmanned planetary probes and orbiters that would dominate deep space discoveries well into the 21st century. These robotic children, as he would call them, were primitive at first, and no match for the human eye. He had learned that lesson early on through the misleading photographic assays of Mariner 4 back in July 1965. Mariner 4 was a great achievement, validating that a spacecraft could navigate and orient itself during deep space missions. But this brief flyby represented little more than a hurried shot in the dark. Only 1% of the Martian surface was covered, and these first photographs happened to image some of the most barren and featureless spots on the planet. Yet that was enough to convince various Hollywood executives, for a time, that his Martian Chronicles had no future as a film. The headlines said that Mars was a dead world, little different from our own moon. But as the photographic images came in, JPL planetary scientist Bruce Murrey was beginning work on the geological data collected in various ways from the brief Mariner 4 mission. He was the architect of the entire Mariner series and would become a close friend of Bradbury's. In the fall of 1971, just weeks after Apollo 15 put Bradbury's Dandelion Crater on the lunar map, Murray planned for the imminent orbital insertion of Mariner 9 around the planet Mars. Bradbury would be a key part of these plans. On November 12, 1971, the day before Mariner 9 entered Martian orbit, Murray and Carl Sagan faced off against Bradbury and his good friend Arthur C. Clarke in a friendly debate about Mariner's likelihood of finding evidence of life, past or present, on the red planet. Moderator Walter Sullivan was science editor for the New York Times, leaving Bradbury as the only participant without scientific training beyond his lone semester of high school astronomy, taken back in the fall of 1937. But the evening seemed to focus the discussion on the human race rather than on Mars. Following Sagan's opening survey of the centuries-old search for scientific truth about Mars, Bradbury took aim at the historical present. But at this moment in history, it looks as if I must semi-retire to the wings, along with Greek and Roman authors, and hope to become part of some strange new mythology. This is probably true of many science fiction authors this week, this year, and in the immediate years ahead. A few years ago, I was worried about going out of existence completely once we hit Mars. But then I realized that what I was doing was writing fairy stories, writing a mythology, doing a Bible, really. The Martian Chronicles is very much akin to the childhood influences on me of the Old and New Testament. The mythological context of Bradbury's remarks is not surprising. In his 1969 cultural study, Enemies of the Permanent Things, Russell Kirk had already placed Bradbury among such mythopoeic writers as C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien. Kirk said, "The trappings of science fiction may have attracted young people to Bradbury, but he has led them on to something much older and better. Mythopoeic literature, normative truth acquired through wonder. Bradbury's stories are not an escape from reality. They are windows looking upon enduring reality." For Bradbury, that reality was now headed to the stars, and he would take a further step into the great tale the following evening, November 13th, 1971, when he joined Wernher von Braun and members of the Mariner 9 mission team at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory to witness transmission of the first close-up images of Mars. Von Braun commemorated the meeting by inscribing a note, "For Ray Bradbury, who had it all figured out long ago." The meeting was more emotionally complicated for Bradbury, who summed it up the next day in a letter to his New York agent, Don Congdon. "The irony of life. Here was Hitler's #1 rocket man, now responsible to the human race and its billion-year future in space. I accept von Braun, as I must accept myself." Nearly a year later, Bruce Murrey and the other distinguished Mariner 9 panelists reacted to the surprises revealed by the orbiter's photographic surveys. Mariner 9 had revealed the 4 massive equatorial volcanoes of Mars, the largest with a caldera greater than the entire Big Island of Hawaii itself. An extensive equatorial canyon system dwarfed any geological feature on the much larger Earth. And there was now some evidence of wind and water erosion dating from an indeterminate period of the planet's deep history. By the time that Bradbury's final thoughts on Mariner 9, as well as those of his friends Carl Sagan, Arthur C. Clarke, Walter Sullivan, and Bruce Murrey, were gathered for publication, the orbiter's photographic eyes were closed forever. In October 1972, with no remaining fuel to adjust its alignment to the sun, it was shut down just before its solar cells failed. It remains an artifact for future explorers to reflect on, or perhaps retrieve. Murray edited the original transcripts from the November 1971 discussion, as well as new comments by all, and in the final months of 1972, he prepared a book of this record, complete with many Mariner 9 photographs, under the overarching title, Mars and the Mind of Man. Bradbury wrote the foreword, Ongoing a Journey, and his new post-Mariner comments formed the final section of the book. In the foreword, he offered Dark They Were and Golden-Eyed, a Martian tale outside of his Martian Chronicles saga, as the core metaphor for what we will become. In that Martian story, I told of a man and his family who helped colonize Mars, who eat of its foods and live in its strange seasons, and stay on when everyone else goes back to Earth, until the day finally comes when they find that the odd weathers and peculiar temperatures of the red planet have melted their flesh into new shapes, tinted their skin, and put flecks of gold into their now most fantastic eyes. And they move up into the hills to live in old ruins and become Martians. Which is the history I predict for us on that far world. We are then, at this moment, because we dream it so, Martians. We wish to be that thing, and so will be it. Bradbury's invocation of the great dream of the space age, the blueprint for the great tale he was now living, set up what he would say in the long closing section of Mars and the Mind of Man. He wanted to conclude as a storyteller, offering a time-honored metaphor to defeat the darkness between the stars. The journey is long, the end uncertain, and there is more dark along the way than light, but you can whistle. Come with me by the wall of the great tomb yards of all time, which lie 1 billion years ahead. What shall we whistle as we stroll in our rocket, hoping to make it by the vast darkness where shadows wait to seize and keep us? Follow me. I know a tune. Here, listen.
Hi, I'm Roberto Sabas, and I'll be reading for you the fourth draft of a short story that I've entitled The Dragon and the Heavenly Warrior. An old man who'd lived a long life sat one day in his favorite nook overlooking the pathway that ran by his pastures, all the way to the village market. After pouring himself a cup of jasmine tea, he called for his youngest and said, "Come sit with me at the window, little Blossom. I'll tell you a tale." She sat in the chair next to him and listened attentively as his voice carried her away to another place and time. In the land of clear blue skies, green valleys, and tall mountains overlooking lush, dark forests, there lived a dragon who so craved the noodles from a certain village that he flew there and took up residence in the woods near the home of a cook who made those sumptuous noodles. Now the cook was an orphaned youth, apprenticed to no one, and when the dragon knocked on the door of his hovel, he made a heaping bowl of noodles and brought it, steaming, to the dragon's table. The dragon was very pleased, and vowed to always bless the people of the village, because of the hospitality that this villager had shown him. Pushing the empty bowl away, the dragon patted his stuffed belly and said, "Now tell me, young master, what do you ask in return for such excellent food?" "Nothing, kind lord," said the youth, bowing low. "It was my pleasure to be honored by your enjoyment of my humble cooking. For you, the noodles are always on the house." Now the people of the village were surprised to learn that a dragon lived in their woods, and even more surprised that he lived next to the youth's hut. For why would anyone choose to dwell near that poor nobody? They said this, even though many of them often bought his noodles. Nevertheless, they did not turn down the dragon's kindness toward them. Once he helped a poor family who could not afford to send their sickly grandfather to a healer. Out of a little bag in his vest pocket, the dragon took out a few of his old shedded scales, which he'd saved over the years. He blew on them. Behold, they became golden coins. With that money, the family paid for the healer to come and give the old man medicine, which cured him. "Thank you, O wise, venerable god of the wind," cried the old grandfather, who sang and danced with gusto. Another time, the dragon helped an old blind seamstress who had lost her home because she could no longer work. He poured out drops of his tears from a bottle and rubbed them on her eyes. Then she regained her sight, her livelihood, and her home, and made enough to provide for herself and others, especially the homeless. Never again did the seamstress go hungry. All of her long-lost children returned to the village to rejoice with her, bringing with them her numerous grandchildren, whom she saw for the very first time. He made the village so prosperous that visitors came from far and wide to spend their money there, in the process making their mayor rich and famous. All of the villagers became quite wealthy too, but there was a limit to the villagers' gratitude. Rather than celebrate the dragon openly, they took credit for the town's prosperity and often said to the visitors, "We took the dragon in because he was abandoned by his own family." They were ashamed of him for dishonoring his ancestors. It's no wonder that he became the neighbor of another shameful pauper. The visitors soon spread this lie throughout the land, and before long it caught the ear of a lowly wood mouse, who was really a spirit messenger. He went back to heaven and told it to a palace servant, who in turn told it to the chief servant, who then reported it to the king's magister. By the time the king of the gods heard the report, the lie had grown in the telling, how a vain dragon had led a village astray, abandoning their worship of the gods by offering them wealth and fame in exchange for worshipping the dragon as if he were a god in his own right. One day, there came to the village a heavenly warrior, arrayed in armor that shone like the sun. The gods had sent him to punish the dragon for his sins. The warrior sought out the mayor and constrained him to lead the way to the dragon's home. As they set out, all the villagers tagged along. They wanted to see how the meeting between the warrior and the dragon would go. What would the dragon say to such grievous charges? Would there be a great fight afterwards? When they got to the woods, the mayor pointed out a cave in a hill, in which was set a stone door. The warrior approached and knocked, and when the dragon answered, the warrior bowed and introduced himself, telling everybody the task which had been given him. Then the warrior straightened and said, "O dragon, what do you have to say for yourself?" The dragon told the warrior that he was grateful for the hospitality that the cook had shown him. That was the reason for what he had done. "I just wanted to bring these villagers luck and riches for their generous hospitality," said the dragon. The warrior scoffed, saying, "Such lies are not becoming of you, O lizard. Please apologize now and die with your honor intact." At this, the hearts of all the villagers were heavy with shame, for the lie that they had allowed to grow. The mayor of the town said, "What the dragon says is true. There are people here who can testify of the dragon's goodness." So one by one the villagers came forth and spoke of the dragon's good deeds, beginning with the grandfather and the blind old woman whose sight was restored. As one, they began to cry and say that they were sorry and wished to repent of their selfish vanity. They wished they had given proper credit to the dragon's powers, and especially his profound kindness. Believing the villagers, the warrior apologized to the dragon for misjudging his character. When the people asked what the warrior intended to do, he replied, "Well, I cannot in good conscience carry out the god's will against the dragon. Therefore, I must refuse their order. However, I need to tell you that you have angered me by your evil, selfish lies, and because you damaged the dragon's good reputation. Moreover, you've wasted the valuable time of heaven. Your lies caused the gods to send me here to slay an innocent, who by all accounts deserves to be brought back as a guest of honor in heaven. When I return to the gods, I will vouch for the dragon." Then his countenance grew rigid, and his eyes became dark. "O villagers, now you must account for your folly in dishonoring the Lord Dragon," he said, as he brandished a double-headed axe that glinted in the sun. At this the mayor and all the villagers wailed, but it was a youth who went to the dragon and hugged him, saying that he loved the dragon as a brother, and the villagers as his own family. Would the warrior be pleased to take his life for theirs? Then the dragon stood in front of the youth and faced the warrior, saying, "Please have mercy on all these villagers, especially the cook. Punish me instead." The warrior was both impressed by the youth's desperate attempt and amazed by the sacrificial love shown by both the youth and the dragon. "Truly, I've not seen such nobility even among the gods," said the astonished warrior. "Because of the youth's apology and the dragon's love for the village, I will relent and not carry out the judgment that is due. Still, you must all accompany me back to heaven, so that the gods may hear your case and pronounce their judgment." Everyone was scared to meet the gods, even the dragon and the youth, but all agreed to leave with the warrior anyway. This meant that no one would tend to the farms, nor show hospitality to visitors in town. It was the only way out of their present predicament, and they accepted these consequences. After hundreds of miles of trekking through meadows and valleys, up tall mountains, and across swift rivers, the villagers became weary and bedraggled. At long last, they reached heaven. At first the gods were hesitant when they learned of their visitors, but then allowed them all to come to the court to announce their business. Seeing that the dragon was leading the group, they became perturbed. They said to the warrior, "Why do you return to us, not having done as we requested? And why do you bring with you the dragon, still alive? And who are these mortals that do not concern us?" The warrior said, "O great gods, I found the Lord Dragon to be upright and just, a great lover of people. The whole village attested to me of his goodness, and now my conscience forbids me to kill the Lord Dragon." To be honest, the warrior had lost much respect for the gods, but he was not about to embarrass them in front of his guests, for that might prove to be too unsettling for all. Instead, he said, "Since I cannot do as you asked of me, I ask that you vindicate the Lord Dragon, or else let me resign from my duty, that I might live out my mortal days as his friend and defender." The gods were taken aback by this gesture, and said they would not release him of his obligation, nor would they allow him to become mortal. At this the villagers clamored loudly, begging the mayor to do something. But it was a youth who came forth and pleaded with the gods, the mayor, and everyone else whose lives were blessed by the dragon. Each one gave account of the dragon's good character and generous deeds, most especially of his love of people. When the last villager had spoken, the gods were left speechless. They looked at each other furtively. Finally, the king of the gods came forward with a sheepish grin and said to all, We must admit that the reason we sent the warrior to the village was because we were jealous of the Lord Dragon, how everyone might come to love and honor him more than they honored us if they had learned the truth, seeing that the dragon displays the true heart of heaven. For this, we too are ashamed and sorry. Nevertheless, there are consequences for the warrior in not carrying out our wishes. And a bigger problem. Many in the land have already heard and are amazed by the dragon's kindness and deeds. We need to show all the people that they must not forget us. If they learn that we were too lenient to the warrior, what would the people think? Understanding what might come next, the youth bowed low and begged an audience with the king of the gods. The king bade the youth come forward, saying, "Humble cook, what do you have to say to me?" The youth carefully whispered into his ear, "What if you allowed the dragon to come and live with you gods for some time of the year, and the warrior might be his vassal, if the Lord Dragon wills it? Then all the people would come and visit your temples and give honor to the gods, since the dragon was now one of them." The king said nothing for several minutes. Then rising up, he looked out over the entire assembly in the palace court. He said, "I have a solution that will fulfill our wishes and restore order to heaven. I now bestow godhood upon Lord Dragon, protector and friend to all. Furthermore, the warrior will serve Lord Dragon as his bodyguard. Finally, I grant to the youth a long life, much wealth, and many daughters and sons." Then all who were present rejoiced and cheered the king of the gods and each other. And so the people came to honor the gods and become real friends to the dragon. The warrior remained as the personal protector of the dragon. They even fought alongside each other whenever hostile armies invaded the lands. Because of this good fortune, the people gave their gifts to the gods, but still they loved the dragon the best. And the youth became the mayor of the village after the old mayor passed away. The youth opened a fancy inn and made many new savory dishes. But people came from far and wide to try his basic noodles, which everyone agreed were the best noodles ever. The sun had risen to the noon position when the old man finished his tale. He said to his youngest, "What'd you think of that story, Little Blossom?" "I loved it lots, Grandpa," she said, "but I'm hungry. Can we please have lunch now?" Then he and his granddaughter both got up and went to the kitchen, where the girl began to wash and prepare the vegetables that would be the side dishes to the noodles made by her grandfather that very morning. The end.
Hi everybody, thanks for being here. I'm Elizabeth Shack, and I've lived in Urbana for 12 years. I have several speculative fiction stories out in magazines, poetry recently published in Writers Resist, and upcoming in The MacGuffin. Right now I'm going to read 3 sonnets because I fell in love with that form. The first one is called Mendenhall Glacier. The cold, unchanging ice on rock engraves its lifeless mark, until the glaciers creep up granite slopes from freezing, storm-tossed waves and leave bare stone that nature won't let sleep. First, lichen covers barren rock. Next, moss a softer carpet spreads. Then alder, spruce, and hemlock in succession march across. New forest springs from stone, new life let loose. My love could tower taller than the trees in this once frozen forest paradise, but this great love I never will release. I've crushed it flat like granite under ice. The smothered rock gives sharp and bitter stings. My love's bound tight by shining golden rings. The second one is written after I took a trip to Dublin and saw some bog bodies in one of the museums there. It's called The Bog Body's Victory. He struck you down, a healthy man, well-fed, well-clothed, and strong. What angered him who ruled your land? A rival? Famine? Drought, or dread? He feared to lose his power, your blood cooled. He cut you so you couldn't reign. He stormed your home. He wrung your neck. He pinned you down in boggy ground so time and peat transformed your mortal skin to sculptured, leathered brown. Now thousands visit you, a solemn troop, while no one honors him or mourns his loss. The cold and anaerobic acid soup has resurrected you with sphagnum moss. You lie in state in polished stone and glass, for worldly power fades, but science lasts. And this third one is a different sonnet form. It's called The Raspberry Patch. We don't know how to tend a garden, or keep the berries safe from birds, or prune and weed the canes, or harden the patch for bitter, icy words that snap in anger. Canes then splinter and crack. They lie throughout the winter beneath the silent storm-downed tree whose death-smashed dreams of what might be. But in the spring that death's deceiving, we hack away the rotten wood together where the logs once stood. We find fresh fruit and live vines leafing. This summer's red-dyed fingers show in roughest winter, love can grow. Thanks again for being here. Have a great rest of the weekend.
Hello, my name is Luke Bergkoetter. I'm very happy to be participating in the lit portion of Pygmalion Festival this year. I live here in Champaign-Urbana. I've been an active participant in the music scene for a very long time. I've also been writing, but most of the anything that you would consider published were in song form. I'm currently working on a book. Hopefully it'll be finished by, the end of the next decade or so. I'm coming to you from this weird amorphous void. It's somewhere between like being in the internet or like a waking life scenario. I have one piece to read. It has loads of parts. I think I'm up to 62 parts. It is called Chasing Vitamins with Coffee. Part 1. Life is an incredible thing. A naked man killed 4 people in a Waffle House, and I had sex with my wife before catching the bus to work. 2. I believe in nothing, but I've got nothing but love in my heart. 3. The times are really great, right? But I know that one day we'll get sick. I'll give my love. I'll give my love. 4. I like buying toothbrushes at gas stations because there's only one option. 5. Black holes give me the creeps, but I like to think about them anyway. 6. I want to be buried with the photos of every woman I've ever had sex with. 7. My service dog died. 8. Just about nobody cares about your art, so make sure you do. 9. I've had to unlearn my want of ceremony, cremate me, even if all I ever wanted was to be buried in a beautiful handmade coffin with music and roses and other dead things. 10. I'm gonna die soon, relative to human history. 11. Use your inherited fine china every day. Don't baby nice shit. 12. I wake, I wash my hands, I plan to tell no one. 13. Christmas is a party that everyone is forced to go to. 14. I'm writing a Kevin Costner biography, 2 Kevins, 1 tin cup. It's about the duality of man as an artist. 15. Potential cat names, Nathaniel and Superfly, Gazorpazorp Field, Hans and Simon Gruber, General Fuzziness, Catman John, Eartha Kitty. I'm mentally preparing to move on. 16. I've been too old for a while now to be fucking around. 17. I'm a warm little muffin and all people want me to be is a sprig of asparagus. Where am I? Who am I? Okay, 18. When you learn something new about a friend at a funeral. 19. Nobody wants to fear their body, but still live to be 80. 20. A well-off family man was granted a single wish to become an independent artist and live a bohemian lifestyle. That is my origin story. 21. I talk in a way that information ruins magic. 22. I disguise my handwriting, put on a new identity. 23. People treat me like a good person, so I get in less trouble, but I wouldn't say no most of the time. 24. There's a beauty in restrictions. 25. This is the oldest I've ever been. 26. This is the malaise when you're getting what you want. 27. Embracing the optimism of hard work. 28. Everyone is dying and no one is talking to each other. 29. Laughter reveals my cruelty. 30. There is simplicity, then there is complexity, then there is simplicity. 31. This is it. This is precious. 32. I am 37 years old and I'm running out of time. 33. I think humanity is worth being kind to, but maybe not worth saving. 34. All it takes is one bad night. 35. I, for the most part, do not believe in redemption, and it hurts. 36. I want to help you argue against my point. 37. Sometimes I talk about how happy I am, the details, it lessens my happiness, and it might go away. 38. You only love me when I'm having fun. 39. And ding, please ignore what I said before and get that chair you wanted. 40. Feigning. I stumble, so I'm more likable. 41. I made nectar for those little dudes, a small good deed. 42. Waiting to be tired enough to go to sleep. I'm gonna lose a limb, I'm sure of it. 43. A haiku. Sorry, wrong number. I'm going back to sleep. Dumpster delivered. 44. As long as I'm with other folks, I won't get sad. Or to put it another way, I won't want to die if I'm with my friends. Even someone to perform for, I'll take that. Let me do a little soft shoe. 45. Everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. I don't mean you or your family. I mean we are going to be okay. I mean everything will be okay. Chadwick Boseman will be okay. 2 million predicted dead will be okay. I do mean everything will be okay. 46. Travel has to be a priority. Have you seen the Lobster Queen of Rockland, Maine? 47. My wife is in a constant fight with bad lighting. I've never seen right. We're perfect. 48. It would be really rad if y'all can tell me how smart and talented and kind I am now instead of waiting for the eulogy. 49. Love is the first and last thing I'll say to you. 50. Don't hold change against people. 51. Let's get stoned and watch Let's get stoned and watch Blue Planet 2. 52. I want the life of today's prettiest contestant on The Price is Right. 53. I cry at the end of Rocky movies. Every single one. Every time. 54. I never want to see another dream sequence, hypnosis scene, or paranormal team looking at monitors. 55. I like cats and I like weed. However, I am afraid that if I smoke one more cat hair, I'm going to turn into a cat myself. 56. No one works harder than anyone else. 57. A sleeping cat in my lap prevents me drinking as much as I would like. You're a good buddy, Mr. Pants. 58. Cosmically, we are nothing. Eternally, we are everything. 59. Yacht rock songs I've written. If loving you's a crime, then I'm serving a life sentence. And I'm not pulling out of our love. 60. When I travel, I have to be okay with my own death. I've been away long enough for my fingernails to grow out, just like the dead. 61. When we were kids, I scratched up a record my siblings loved because I hated having to hear it all the time. I've never forgiven myself. And finally, 62. As an artist, I fully expect that the only line out the door will be at my funeral. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Seth and Patrick at Pygmalion Fest. I hope everyone is doing okay. And for fuck's sakes, wear a mask. I really want my grandma to live through this pandemic. All right. Peace, everyone.
Hi, I'm Leonard Lund. My closest friends in the Chicago poetry community sometimes refer to me as that guy who mostly reads love poems and war songs and doesn't tell the audience which are which. No war poems today. Instead, I'd like to read you truths and fictions, love songs and observations. But I'll still leave it up to you which are which. I hear the river singing when I think of you. That early fall in Paris, the water lapping at the broad steps on the left bank, gaining and losing intensity as the boats passed. They're part of our story. We felt hidden in the vague shadows, part of love's misleading blindness. I know we were lost in our kisses, deep in each other's nearness, not oblivious to the world, but taking it as background noise. Closing my eyes reveals you in belted black slacks, a white blouse open at the neck, a thin plaid car coat. The thing is, we were never in Paris. We never got as far as fall, and only one of us might have been in love. If it never happened, is a memory a lie? Sister Genevieve Murrey. She was driving the day's hens up the rising street when I stepped out for coffee and a pastry this morning, moving them briskly towards the butcher's door to be ready for dinner at the convent. It's a treat to observe her way of keeping them together with simple gestures and a gentle voice, perhaps convincing them she's showing the way to heaven and immortal life. Despite the teaching nuns and their rulers of my younger days, I'll miss her when I come back home. Her and the old women watching life around them from balconies and windows, comparing notes in the afternoon over dark, bitter coffee, accompanied by outraged rolls of their eyes and disparagingly pursed lips. Especially intriguing is Madame Tussaud, quietly rumored to have been fled from rather than widowed, a sharp-faced harridan whose happily ancient, rough-coated dog of blended ancestries is thoroughly devoted to her. Ah, the characters I'll tell you about over the years. Jazz me. Start me deep with jungle rhythms, add sugar cane and soils containing languages we'll learn to soon discard. Give me baptism by fires in the darkest of the night, and then escape with me while our others wallow, while our others follow. Missionary tracts and black motes noted on white sheets. We will fix on stardust. We will find the fusion in each free improvisation. I will riff your body with my fingers, bring forth emanations with my lips while you pluck counter notes, along with melodies to see us off this stage, beyond percussive endings, deep in God. My Fred to your Ginger. 1. A black ribbon held back your russet hair. You wore a pale denim blouse with navy blue buttons my fingers ached to undo. A flowered peasant skirt that floated in your passing, and tan flats over otherwise bare feet. I have no idea what I was wearing. 2. And oh, how we danced that evening under the silver lights of the parking lot that was too hard for the softness of our growing love, and in the yellow light of the hotel room that was too soft as we strolled and cha-cha'd and rocked and two-stepped, and through the not-so-darkness of our bed that was, at last, just right. 3. Each step an offering in a different dance as we followed the other while leading the way. 4. And in the morning I hope we will dance across the dawn. For now you sleep in my arms, your breath teasing my neck while the heat of you presses where your leg crosses mine. Tish and Gomez reminisce. Do you recall the evening we broke through? We'd worked together for weeks and weeks, fighting the awkwardness of what we were trying. Our feet behaved like 3-year-olds intent on setting their own rules. You seemed comfortable first, a few days before I outran my fear of the steps and just let my body take charge. Even past those barricades, we neither one danced that well alone or with another partner, but together. Oh, cara mia, together. Gracias a ella. If not for her, he could have forgotten love. Instead, he still remembers, wittingly, the completion of shattered continents, tying lonely seacoasts together by way of the landlocked heartland, bringing mountain snows to dry lake beds. How could these seem so simple? And when she left, saying nothing the least bit unexpected, why did none of her fade, become less than real? A found photograph is as surprising as his reaction. The gratitude of seeing the open-ended, intertwined translations of formula. Thanks to, times because of, divided by her. A deer wandered into the church down the street after Mass this morning, when only a handful of us were in the middle pews, seeking sanctuary and solace from the world's condition. A majestic 12-point miracle moving calmly up the center aisle, halting at the foot of the stairs leading to the predella, stepping to his right, and pausing as if listening before doing the same to his left. Then exiting as he came in, without stopping to sip from the font. I don't know if he heard God speaking, but I believe we witnessed one of his works. As we leave LaSalle Street to catch a bus for an afternoon at the shed, the sound of a busker's dearness two-step coming up the corridor of red marble attracts our daughter, pulling her forward in the stroller. We round the corner before the escalators, and she begins to laugh at the carefully suited, smiling man with tufts of white hair, blooming like open cotton bowls under his fedora. Reflected light makes the steel strings of his fiddle shimmer, shine like Orion's belt where they cross the flattened arch of the bridge behind the bow. My wife lifts our toddler, stands her on the stack bond tile where she strikes that spread-legged, arm-flapping stance universal to happy 2-year-olds, and begins to dance. Meeting her energy, accustomed to audiences of all ages, the maybe a grandfather shifts to the Blue Danube waltz, rises fluidly, and twirls around the space with a maybe future terpsichore keeping place by his side until the music ends. They bow, resume respective seats, and wave each other goodbye, off on their memory-joined journeys. It's raining in the 9th District. With winds so hard as they bounce between buildings, the umbrellas of even the hardiest souls are useless or destroyed. Few paying customers have been drawn to the cafes along the Rue Saint-Lazare, so the manager of one took pity on my drenched state and covered a bowl of hot soup for me to take back to my tarp-covered packing crate in an alley near where Giselle and I would pass an afternoon before my wife learned of us. Tomorrow, perhaps, the sun will shine, and I will wander along the Seine while contemplating the leap from bridge to water as a solution to my changed situation. For now, though, I've donned my other, dry clothes and surrounded the soup to my belly's delight, so even the endless rain can't dampen my spirits. And finally, postcards seem perfect for these days of visiting places I've already been, or might have been when memories were clearer, of knocking on the hearts of people I either held in mine or saw in someone's book of photographs. Motel stationery is free, but I hate using a whole sheet of paper for a quarter or half's worth of words. And the pictures on postcards are pleasant in one way or another. I apologize for the quality of my script, but I failed handwriting in the 3rd grade. That much I remember is true. That, and I miss you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Huff. I live in Chicago and Champaign, Illinois, and I'm delighted to present to you several of my poems today. Last year, pre-COVID, I was doing some research on the lungs, and one of the quotes I came across was this one from healthline.com. The right lung is made up of 3 lobes. The left lung has only 2 lobes to make room for your heart. which led me to write this poem called It All Happens Here. It all happens here, at this crossroads, this place of exchange where we trade one thing for another, leave behind whatever is waste in our lives, then gather in whatever we need. You picture, perhaps, only a few square inches of contact where heart nestles next to lungs. But get this. Clusters of tiny air sacs called alveoli perch at the end of each bronchial tube, about 600 million alveoli, with a surface area equivalent to the size of a tennis court. We're not talking about a few bunches of miniature grapes here. And each alveolus is covered by a network of capillaries. That's where the handoff takes place. Think about it. The heart can give up its debris of anger, discouragement, loneliness, can gather up the pieces of its grief, spill them into blood flowing through these microscopic tributaries, sending all of it to the lungs. The lungs corral these discarded toxins, bundle them with carbon dioxide, then expel the whole mess. Look what happens next. These same 300,000 square inches of connection infuse the bloodstream with oxygen, imbue it with healing, enable the lungs to cradle the heart. The next poem is a much shorter poem, and it is one that I wrote this spring. Imagine doing the same. Yesterday's peony bud, hard-packed, protected, today lifts its face, lets go the cloak that kept it dreaming of tomorrow's light, offers its petals the chance to live and die, sun-drunk, rinsed by rain, buffeted and buoyed by spirited winds. And now, after spending a little time contemplating the peonies, I'll move on to the birds. Obad. This morning, a half-moon hovers, a quiet observer on a backdrop of blue. I, too, make no sound as the warm breeze skims my cheek, lifts my mouth into a half-smile, ruffles the tufted crest of the nearby cardinal's cocked head. The birds have long since begun their conversation. A mourning dove's cooing to lure a mate, the shrill call of a chickadee sounding the alarm, hawk overhead, the cardinal's strong whistle staking out his territory. Their language is not mine, nor do I have wings to help me catch a column of air, nor hollow bones to render me almost weightless. And yet, this morning, as I leave the moon behind, I try to coax a column of light to fill my thirsty bones. I watch my spirit start to rise on this day's updraft, and I begin to summon this song to claim the whole wide sky as my domain. I'm going to switch gears a little because I think we're all very aware these days that there is a lot of pain in the world, sometimes in our own lives, sometimes in the lives of others. So this next poem is what I'd really like to say to pain. But first, a quote from Ekta R, who says, "Pain can only feed on pain. Pain cannot feed on joy. It finds it quite indigestible." A warning to pain. I will not feed you tasty tidbits of ripened succulent sadness, nor any juicy morsels stuffed with loss of hope. Nor will I present to you a plate piled high with tender aches and anguish, nor serve to you a sumptuous meal of my despair, lest you swell with misplaced pride. I will not place before you a bowl of deep discouragement or savory stew of thickened grief. And do not think you will grow strong by ever feasting in my fields of sorrow. Oh no, let me be clear. For in the coming days, as I watch you wither and waste away, I will feed you only endless joy in hopes that you may choke on it. Now, the next poem, Prayer Guzzle, speaks of another response to pain and suffering. A ghazal is a specific form of poem that came to us from Old Arabic and Persian traditions. You will hear a repeating refrain, and you will also hear rhyming words placed just before the refrain. Prayer Ghazal. In a land like Bhutan, where the wind reads the prayers, does the zephyr smell sweeter once the air's freed the prayers? At high mountain passes fly squares of bright cloth, stamped in ink with requests. Printed words plead the prayers. The tall flags in white, like frayed ragged feathers, on hillsides they huddle like slim reeds, the prayers. The hopes of the children, the desires of the lonely, the yearning of pilgrims, they all seed the prayers. All the voices inside, all the words in your head form earnest petitions. Their noise feeds the prayers. But when the whole lot needs healing, we fall to our knees. It just doesn't matter who leads the prayers. If I bow here in stillness, I honor the grief like one who is faithful, whose hands bead the prayers. As silence diffuses through layers of distress, I find myself asking, do none heed the prayers? I must learn to look up, teach my heart how to kneel. Call me one among many, for we all need the prayers. In a lighter vein, sometimes we just need to get our minds to quiet down. So with that in mind, I give you this poem, Putting My Mind Down for a Nap. With a gentle touch, I take my mind by the hand, stroke its frayed surface, coax it to breathe from its belly, hoping I can calm its quivering. I soften my voice to speak to it, tell my mind I respect its thoughtful analysis, its ability to process information, even its propensity to go its own way. but I need it to disappear for a while. So I lay it with care on a padded surface, cover it with a queen-size down comforter, and tuck it in, all the while humming a few bars of "You Can Close Your Eyes," murmuring reassurances that I will soon return to rescue it. I turn from my mind to notice the newly open space within and watch as it fills with light. This next will be my last poem, and I offer it to all those teachers and students trying to function in schools everywhere. Advanced Civilizations 101. Today's lesson. Trees really do communicate with each other, with scent, with underground networks of tiny fungal filaments. Dense intertwining root systems pulse with electrical messages, chemical dispatches. The talking has begun. Don't misunderstand. You'll get no gossip from these gracious creatures, no backbiting, no passive-aggressive language. Far from it. In fact, they send water and nutrients to nurture ailing companions, emit gases to signal danger, disperse pheromones throughout the air, scent signals that summon good insects to attack the bad. So next time you find yourself in an ancient grove, consider it a classroom for learning kindness. And don't forget to take notes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Will Reger. I am the Poet Laureate for the city of Urbana. I'll be reading to you a few poems from my book, Petroglyphs, and from a few of my chapbooks. Aperture. The child crouches slick with the summer light, perched, toes grasping mossy stones, an old dam overrun. Water splits around her ankles, hands templed in prayer to the river. She watches the rhythm below, the knitted roots, glinting weeds, the shoulders of mud. She jumps. Her skin, stained brown with light, ripples as she roots into the water, burrows deep into the gushing pulse of that green vein of the world. She turns, legs flash like fish. She digs for air. She drifts. Her flesh a raft. With the calling jays, she floats away into the earth. Pecatonica. When I snake the Pecatonica, her breath will fill my lungs. My fingers will drift along her spine as morning lifts us both from our cold bed and rubs us with ice from the sky. I see she is just as supple as ever, ready to slide along my body, rise to meet my curling fingers in her pleasure. Her sinews solid ice, pale and delicate, like her eyes, like her teeth. With the dawn we separate, go our way, me to breathe again, to find fire, and her down to her secret places where she can stroke her stones and bring her fish out and let them play in her hair. Even stepping out of her, my leg breaks her energy, if only for a moment, before she heals from me and moves on. In midstream. What cannot be seen is where we must look, into the emptiness to find our fullness. Bear up against the steely marks of water and light, the chill miasma spread out over the river like a woman fallen across a bed. Life is better between the banks where the horse, riderless now, is free to turn up or downstream and beat its hooves against the water that holds it, or carry on to the far bank and save itself for another stirrup, another kick in the flanks. Nostrils wide with the fear of choice, the horse will do what it will do without promise, because life is never promised to anyone who enters the edgeless water. Sink or swim, they say. Do that, and you have done it all. Remnant. Death is slow for this river, grown silent in its bed, as if a drain had opened and all its words emptied into another world, its light drawn into the mud, its bones the broken trees unjoined by past floods, all secrets lifted like the tangled hair of the drowned. Year by year it waits for the leaves to fall and shroud its dark remaining pools until they've all been filled and the remnant has disappeared, the scar of its passing healed. Driving in the country. The best thing is a road along a quicksilver creek. It winds and winks in the trees. It passes me, runs ahead when I take the curve, or climb the hills above it, coming always down again into the crook of the creek to look fondly after it from a concrete bridge, to guess where it's headed, to count the pools it forms among the fallen logs, the rippling water over gravel, and the strange designs in the mud, reminiscent of waves of sound. I can only guess at the life it holds, or where it has come from. Spring to ocean it moves, changing as it runs, much as I change birth to death, unaware with any moment's passing how much I've left behind, how much I have ahead. Never mind the lifeboats. We two drift aboard a vast barge, broad as a lifetime, rusty with words, empty and clanging with the echoes of our own debris, the refuse of memory, swilling all around us on this oily sea. All the world can fit between us. In our loneliness, our fingers never touch. One never waits, the other never finds. Still we watch for that further shore until the sun makes us blind. Twisting in angry winds, we run before the storms too heavy for lifeboats, as if this old scow will be small enough to abandon. Suburbanite contemplates his yard. Suburbanite contemplates his yard. I think of planting sunflowers or apple saplings in that place, that old flower bed the dogs dug up. I want my yard to be a wood. Let the dogs wander in it in mystery. Let me get lost beneath the trees I planted, oaks and hickories, cherry and walnut. My yard is small, a tenth of an acre, but no hard wind reaches it. It is tucked down behind the house, comfortable enough for two dogs, with a patch of sky lined with wires from house to house and fenced. Beyond that fence, what world is there? The perfect place for a magical wood where children can disappear into distant dimensions that choke with colors and music, then come home wiser, kinder, ready to rule the land. I want to lie among my trees and hear their hope, the delicate camaraderie that trees have. I will hang wind chimes in their branches and encourage bluebells to grow around their trunks, and dandelions, fennel, and sage for the dogs to chew. The fallible birds, the fallible birds. I've seen birds stumble when their wings commit a misstep. The wind currents are as unforgiving as the earth is to feet. Taken by surprise by a cross current, I've seen a bird barrel roll, overshoot or undershoot his perch, bounce off a fellow bird, even in the finely choreographed starling murmurations in the fall. And the hawk and owl who spin out when the kamikaze crow attacks, or the crow who careens uncontrolled when starlings and redwings gang up. How many birds, unthinking, hit plate glass windows and die? Think of the wrong turn a goose must make over a runway to be sucked into a jet engine. What havoc is wrought for humans by such a miscalculation? To veer left in hunting season might save a life, but to veer right means taking deadly pellets. You may think birds are geniuses at navigation, in tune with the stars and the Earth's magnetic field, but still, mistakes will be made.
Hello, my name is Matthew Murrey. I live in Urbana, Illinois, and I'd like to share 3 poems with you today. The first poem is Earth's Weight, and it's dedicated to my son. Earth's Weight for Sigh. He knows we uproot burdock and hack down the musky trees of heaven. He knows we kill mosquitoes but spare the killer spiders. He knows how cats and possums look when they get run over, slick loops of veined intestines, bulged eyes, and choked out tongues. He knows the living die but do not want to die. Worm tugged thin from dirt to bird, hooked fish muscling for the water, scared pig scuffing against the ramp. He knows we humans die and kill our own. He knows what soldiers are, what warplanes do. He is for and also knows numbers. 125 pounds, his mother, 60 minutes, 1 long hour, 3 million people, the city of Chicago. He is for and lately wants to know wars. Tell me a war, Daddy. When I name one, he wants the number of people killed. The Civil War, 600,000. Is that more than 1,000? Can you count that many? Tell me another. And another. He pays attention. Vietnam, more than 2 million. World War II, at least 40 million. That's a lot, isn't it? Later, he'll ask, why? And we will talk about money, land, hate, and following orders. But right now, all he wants are the names of wars and the numbers of the killed. Numbers so vast, you couldn't count them in a single lifetime. Like the number to tally Earth's weight, a number he loves to tell and tell. 6.6 sextillion tons. The second poem I'd like to share with you today is from when I was a little boy getting ready to go to Catholic school when I was growing up in Florida, and it's called Shoot the Sky. First, black socks, then navy blue pants, then a white button-down shirt. Suddenly, outside my window came the loud crack of gunshot. I ran through the house to the kitchen where my sisters were staring out the back door. There, on the back steps, my mother stood strong and calm as bronze, still pointing my father's revolver at the targeted yellow sky. Then he came up behind us, pushing his way through with his startled and sleepy face. She just slowly turned and said, I don't know, honey. I just felt like shooting the gun. And the last poem I want to share with you is called Coyotes. And I wrote it after returning from Florida for my father's funeral years ago. Coyotes. Coming back, I was high in the air, though my father had just been buried a few days after his and my mother's 46th anniversary. I'd changed planes in St. Louis, that arch, that river, and rectangles of farmland below were bare and brown, early November. The plane descended toward our town, but didn't land, circled once, then again. The captain announced there were coyotes on the runway and we'd land once they were out of the way. With my face against the little window as we banked and turned, I watched half a dozen lean ghosts disappear into the tall grass. Those last two poems, Shoot the Sky and Coyotes, can be found in my book, Bulletproof, which was published by Jakar Press in February of 2019. It can be purchased from Jakar Press or from Amazon, of course, and I hope you would be interested in it. And also you can Google my name, Matthew Murrey, and visit my website and hopefully read a few poems and leave me some comments if you'd like. And thank you very much for your time, and I hope you've enjoyed it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, my name is Ekta Garg. I am a reviewer, editor, author, and dreamer of short stories and novels, and I'm thrilled to be sharing my short story with you today called Stoplight. Sarah pushed the mostly empty cart down the hall. She had 3 flower deliveries left, and she made them in a few minutes. 2 of the patients were dozing. The third one just gave her a weak smile and raised a hand that, she knew, represented a wave of thanks. She murmured a soft, "You're welcome," offered the patient a smile, and went back into the hall. Now for Max, she thought. No one had sent Max flowers since he came to the hospital a week earlier, but then she didn't think anyone knew he was there. Not the flower-sending type of anyone, that is. The doctors knew, of course, and the nurses, the residents, the police. So Sarah visited him, every chance she got, on every shift of her volunteer hours. She left the cart at the end of the wide hallway close to the elevators and came back to his room. A gentle push sent the door inward on its quiet hinges, and she poked her head in. Max lay on the bed, eyes open, TV on, but not watching. His attention had drifted to something else. "Max," she called in a quiet voice. His head didn't leave the pillow as it rolled toward her. "Hi, Sarah." "How are you today?" she asked as she came closer. She stopped next to him and clasped her hands in front of her, trying to ignore the memory of Max's blood on them. He gave her one shoulder shrug. "Okay." She smiled with encouragement, but the smile came with a hitch. She tried to keep it normal. Detective Ryan told her it was imperative she acted like she only knew Max from the hospital. But it was kind of hard to act normal when you'd watched a man get hit by a car while he was running across the street and then held his head in your lap until the ambulance arrived. "Did you remember anything else today?" she asked. He rolled his eyes. "You and the police," he said. "That's all anybody talks about. Did you remember anything, Max? Who hit you, Max? Why were you running across the street, Max? What's your real name, Max?" Questions are starting to get old. Sarah took half a step back. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you." Max sighed. "No, it's okay. It's just, why do the police keep coming after me like that? Don't they have crimes to solve? I mean, it's not like they found a whole bunch of drugs or money or weapons on me, right?" "Right," she said, keeping her voice light. "I guess if they found some ID, they'd leave you alone much faster." He shook his head and winced. "I get it, Sarah, I do, but I'm just grateful to be alive. fed, and safe. I don't want anything else. But your family. There's got to be someone who's worried about you, someone who's waiting for you to come home. His face fell, as if the thought had occurred to him too, and he had spent time considering it. After a moment, he shrugged again, picked up the remote, and flipped a channel or two. I get the feeling that before I got hit by that car, no one was waiting for me anywhere. Why should it be any different now? Sarah took in the sparse furnishings as if they had an answer. Well, maybe, but don't you want to know who you were? In all honesty, I don't think it matters, Max said, all of his attention on the TV now. I told the detective that too, and he said the police might be able to help me get set up in a new town far away from here. Not like in another country or anything, but he said the police department had a fund or something to get people started in a new place. Sarah frowned. But Max, you need some sort of ID. How will you do anything without it? Credit cards, a job? I mean, I think you need a driver's license just to get a library card these days. He crossed his arms and winced again, the kind that came from pain. I don't know. The detective said they'd work it all out. When do you leave? The doctor said I've probably got another 2 days under observation to make sure all the stitches are ready to come out and nothing bled internally. After that, he angled his palm toward the ceiling and made a whistling noise to indicate a plane taking off. Oh, wow, that fast, huh? Sarah said. Well, I'll try to look in on you before you leave. Have a good night, Max. Sure, thanks. Have a good night. Sarah smiled one last time and left the room. She went back to the cart and returned it to the utility closet on the first floor where the carts for deliveries were kept. Visited the volunteer office, made a note of her hours for the day in the binder, and went to the parking garage. With a quick swipe of her ID, she drove out of the garage and made her way home. She had no trouble distracting herself on the drive. Thoughts about what to reheat for dinner, a chime on her phone that she checked at a red light with a reminder about her sister's birthday in a week, the realization that she had forgotten to stop for milk. Coming to the intersection where she found Max always made her slow down, though. Regardless of what the light told her to do, she couldn't help herself. She slowed down, checked twice, sometimes 3 times for pedestrians. The police-appointed psychiatrist told her it was normal to feel guilty. She hadn't hit Max with her car, but she had seen the vehicle that did it and couldn't stop it. Even though Sarah was the one who ran into the intersection and pulled him off the road, dialed 911, her phone slipping between her fingers because of how slick her hands had become from Max's blood, she still felt like she should have stopped the whole scenario. In her mind, in the middle of those nights when she couldn't sleep, she played pretend, like when she was a kid, and allowed herself to be the hero. The psychiatrist also said fear was normal. Fear that the people who had done this would come back. She had no proof they saw her, but who knew? If they could target a homeless man for no reason obvious to her or the police, they might come for her next. She had seen Max so many times on the street corner, had even talked to him a few times when she dropped quarters in the cup next to his cardboard sign. He had been the one to tell her his name was Max, but that's all she knew about his life. Now, if he left town, she'd never know anything else. Sarah navigated the intersection with as much care as she handled the flower arrangements on their cart back at the hospital and pulled onto her street, then in front of her apartment building. For what felt like the 1,000th time since she had dialed 911 for Max, she got the feeling that the car that hit him had been aiming, that it wasn't a simple hit and run, a panicked driver who gave in to the flight response. No. Every time she tried to dismiss the entire thing from her mind, that nagging sensation came back. Whoever hit Max had meant to hit him. And now? Now if he left town, what would happen to him? Would they, whoever they were, follow him? As she let herself into her apartment and checked the deadbolt twice, she allowed herself to acknowledge the next question. Did she need to get out of town too? That was my short story, Stoplight. I posted it earlier this year on my blog, where you can find all sorts of other great writing information as well as other original fiction. My blog is called The Right Edge, TheWriteEdge, therightedge.wordpress.com. A big thank you to the Pygmalion Festival for letting me share this video. I hope you enjoyed my story, and have a great day. Thanks.
Hello, Long Island. I'm here today to tell you about Murrey and Carol. Murrey and me was married, and now I date a lesbian. I am not embarrassed. I am not. I don't know who's here. I guess that's the shame talking. That's what Carol says anyways, from growing up in a time when that stuff was a secret. Out proud, sure. But do you want your dentist to know about your Hitachi? You know, I'm already airing out my mouth in there. Does he really need to know if there was a dick in there or not? Well, Dr. Zanazar, I'll tell you, there used to be. Back when I was married to Modi. Modi was our third wheel, my best friend and I. I thought my life was garbage, but it turns out he was garbage, so I took him out. Here, I'll give you an example of what I mean. I looks to him and I says, Modi, we are out of toilet paper. Do you want to know what he says to me? All right, so what do you want me to do about it? What do I want you to do about it, Modi? I want you to write an epic friggin' poem about loss. About the loss of toilet paper in modern life. I want you to call the Star Ledger, ask for the obituaries department, and tell them you are on your way. What the friggin' hell do you think I want you to do about it, Modi? We are out of toilet paper. I want you to go get some. He tells me, well, why'd you let us get down to the last roll? I says, Modi, when's the last time you bought toilet paper? He says, why you asking me? You could be halfway to the store by now. I shake my finger and I says, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, Modi. I read about this in the internet. It's called labor. It's called why I always gotta be the one keeping track of who gets the toilet paper, how much toilet paper we have. He says, well, you wouldn't go through it so fast if you wasn't so full of shit. Did I mention I divorced Zeus? Gone. Bye. Ball and chain, no more. And I was not expecting this whole gay thing. I mean, sure, I carry my keys on my hip sometimes, but there's gotta be more to the gay thing than just that, right? So, of course, I asked Carol, she's a certain way, my best friend Carol. Not a little Irish Carol from down by the old A&P in Route 1 there, but Italian Carol from Paramus. I says, Carol, I think I'm done with men. And she's like, sweetheart, everyone says that when they're divorcing. I'm like, Carol, I think I mean it though. Carry my keys on my hips. She says, do you ever think you're infatuated with this whole lesbian thing? You keep asking me all these questions, like, what's a Xena warrior princess, she says. What's a compulsory heterosexuality, she says. What's a futch, she says. What's scissoring? What's a succulent garden, she says. She says, if I didn't know any better, I think you were thinking about women. I says to her, Carol. I says to her, Caroline or Landy DeLuca. I wouldn't even know what that means. What does that mean? Thinking about women. Thinking about them how? Like, wondering if they got little tattoos somewhere as you can't see. Like, wondering if they got one of them real little tight butts like what you see in the movies. Come on, Carol, everyone thinks about women. It's just I read lesbians have houseplants. I ain't got a green thumb. I'm garbage at softball. I don't even know my own astrological sign. And I'm not sure that I'm ready for my dentist to know. So Carol says to me, you are a Gemini Cancer cusp, and I do not know how, but it kind of turned into one of those back rub situations. I don't know. Carol and I been dating, and it's good. I mean, she's everything Morty ain't. She talks to me nice. She make me a little cheese cracker plate when I want to nosh. And we get talking to some of them people who's kind of like that gay persuasion, like what we are. And I will tell you that they are sweethearts. We're even going to go down to some gay parade thing in June. Don't that sound like a hoot? A whole parade. And it's just for gays. I mean, we finally got the fuck out of Edison, getting ourselves a little place here in Long Island. We even got a house plant. I learned what a futch is. And I think it might be me. And I'm starting to think that every day I am getting just a little bit closer to telling my dentist.
Up. When the state of the union is really messed up, to the racist in charge, things can't be left up. Murder and injustice makes you want to throw up. Then we all just gotta show up. So change can come, we gotta speak up. If things get tore up, we gotta clean up. So we can heal, we gotta grow up. Though the mountain is high, we gotta go up. To make this right, we gotta shake up. Then we gotta come together so we can make up. Somehow we gotta sew this rift up. We gotta love, support, and each other lift up.
Hello. I'd like to first thank Seth and the members of the Pygmalion team for inviting me to read from my book, Sweet Greeks. I'm very honored to be here today. My book is about first-generation Greek immigrants who opened confectionaries and soda fountains in over 45 towns in central Illinois in the early 20th century. Today I'm going to tell two of those stories, one of my grandfather, Gus Flesor, and the other, George Cahias and Penne. Having traveled thousands of miles by ship across the ocean and hundreds of miles across the United States by train, the typical Greek immigrant arrived in the Midwest in Chicago or St. Louis with a limited education, little or no English, and few job skills, except perhaps in basic trades. He or she had to learn to adapt and survive in a country unlike any that migrant had ever known, a country that was becoming increasingly hostile to foreign immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe. And I must note that it was primarily males who first immigrated to America among the Greek immigrants. It was the confectionery trade where Greeks found the perfect niche at just the right time. From the middle of the 19th century, the evolution of the American attraction to sweets, and thus candy, was slow and sporadic. Heretofore, candy had been a luxury item with its consumption limited to those who could afford special treats. It was not until the late 1800s that domestic cookbooks and encyclopedias included sections about candy, candy recipe books appeared, and candy began to be consumed by the masses. One book for housewives, for example, contained numerous recipes for treats such as caramels, chocolate logs, and cream mint drops. Americans were familiar with chocolate, however, and had been using it in desserts, such as cakes, pies, creams, custards, cookies, puddings, syrups, and tarts, since the Civil War. With the advent of ice cream and soda fountains, chocolate was used to make syrups, ice creams, and frappes. By century's end, confectioners were using chocolate to create chocolate drops, bonbons, and fudge. The transformation from desserts to individual pieces of delight was complete, and the Greeks took advantage of this trend. As Greek immigration increased in the early 1900s, they spilled out of Chicago or St. Louis to establish their own confectionaries and soda fountains downstate or up from St. Louis, marry and raise families, and become part of small-town America. With some individual variations, their stories were like that of my grandfather, and like him, they belonged to a larger relational web or network of Greek immigrants whose lives wove together over time and place. In April 2010, Fred Ross, a Tuscola native, recalled for me his favorite candy kitchen memory. In February of 1962, I had a Gusburger, a hamburger with relish, on my mind on the train ride all the way from San Diego, California to Tuscola. My family were members of the Presbyterian Church in Tuscola and friends with Bill and Helen Skinner. Bill was married to Helen, Gus Flesor's daughter. He influenced my decision to join the Navy in 1959. While frequently drinking Green Rivers, or lemon lime phosphates, and visiting with Bill about his experience in the U.S. Navy in World War II, I knew I wanted to serve my country, so I enlisted. When I completed my active duty, I returned to Tuscola. I was home. I picked up my sea bag and got off the train. Even before I called my folks, I walked from the depot to the candy kitchen and ordered a Gusburger. Immediately, Bill said, "It's on me." He soon served up 2 Gusburgers and 2 Green Rivers. For Fred Ross and so many others in Tuscola, Flesor's Candy Kitchen was that downtown corner touchstone for 70 plus years. My grandfather had arrived in Chicago in 1901 and traveled from there to Champaign and then on south to Tuscola, where he worked in Peter Viner and George Vakey's Candy Kitchen. Peter Viner and my grandfather, both from the same small village in Greece, Pygidakia, were probably first cousins. My grandfather's mother's maiden name was Viola Viner, so she may have been Peter's sister or aunt. Their journeys to central Illinois illustrate the chain migration process of the time. They both traveled from Pygidakia to Ellis Island, to Chicago, to Champaign-Urbana, and finally to Tuscola. According to my father, Paul, my grandfather worked at the store for about a year and then left in 1902 to work on the railroads out west to save enough money to purchase the business for himself. He received a letter from George Vakey in 1904 that said if he wanted the business, they would sell it to him for $500. My grandfather earned only $1.10 per day working on the railroad, but still had saved enough to make the purchase. Gus returned to Tuscola, and the candy kitchen became his. My grandfather was self-taught, having only 4 years of formal education, and managed to learn about America from various sources throughout his life. His knowledge was on full display one summer Sunday morning in 1950, when a young reporter from Chicago, Norma Lee Browning from the Chicago Daily Tribune, was wandering through central Illinois and stumbled into the Tuscola Candy Kitchen. As the sole customer that morning, the reporter got a unique insight into a man who was at home in his domain. She wrote, "I have just had the honor of meeting Gus, a Greek philosopher whose fame has spread across the corn belt of Douglas County. His bailiwick is a village sweet shop in Tuscola, population slightly under 3,000. Her trip turned into more than a simple visit to the village sweet shop, however. My grandfather quizzed her on facts from the Bible to American history. He had the answers on his pad of penciled notations listing American facts in his World Atlas and in newspapers, some dated but still useful. While impressed Miss Browning had attended college, he did chastise her for not attending church that morning and not knowing basic American history, such as the number of votes in the Electoral College, or facts from the Bible. On her way out the door, Gus gave her a stick of gum and some peanuts. In her article, Browning listed some of Gus's accomplishments. He was a 33-degree Mason and had recently donated funds for the new Masonic Hall in Tuscola. He was also a director of one of the banks, had raised 5 children as a single parent, and had adopted another boy to keep him out of the orphanage. Browning concluded her article by observing that Gus came to this country to work in an uncle's confectionery for $70 a year. He couldn't speak English. Nearly everyone in Douglas County agrees that Gus has done all right, but what pleases him most is to put the B on a college graduate because Gus went to school only through the 4th grade. Greek communities across the heartland and indeed across America were frequent targets for the overt racism, bigotry, and violence directed at African Americans, Jews, and Eastern and Southern European immigrants in the mid-1920s. Many Greek-owned confectionaries and restaurants failed financially or were sold at sacrificial prices to non-Greeks because of boycotts instigated by the Ku Klux Klan. Greek establishments doing as much as $500 to $1,000 a day in business, especially in the South and Midwest, dropped to as little as $25 a day. The only recourse was to sell or close. The Klan often bolstered its boycotts by openly threatening or attacking customers entering and leaving. In the summer of 1923, the Klan held a rally in Tuscola for an estimated 5,000 people. One speaker made a seething denunciation of foreigners, and especially the Greeks. A Tuscola newspaper reporter felt an immediate need to respond, writing, "The Greeks in some towns may not live up to our standards, but the attack was unfair to the Flesor boys," my grandfather and his 2 brothers he had brought over. "These boys are all naturalized citizens. One of them was a soldier in the late war, and all of them have saved their money and invested it in Tuscola property. They are prominent Masons and highly respected in Tuscola." So Gus did do all right, keeping the store going right through the anti-immigrant Ku Klux Klan era of the 1920s and the Great Depression into the World War II and beyond. My family always referred to grandfather's business as the store, and we still do today. While not always a term of reverence, especially after a long day and perhaps night of making candy, the moniker is a symbol of visceral smells of chocolate, popcorn, sweet syrup, and tobacco, and of remembrances of family members coming and going. I believe most of the first-generation Greeks took great pride in their stores. These buildings, though sacred places to the first-generation Greeks, generally became icons of success, not only for the immigrants, but also for the many small towns in which they were located. Usually situated on the main street of all the towns documented in the study, Greek confectionaries and soda fountains were often anchor businesses in once thriving small-town America. Turning to south at Decatur, Illinois' Penne, once the rose capital of the country, thanks to its extensive greenhouses of roses grown each year for the Rose Bowl Parade in California. Here settled George Cahias, one of 8 children who grew up in the village of Baku, Laconia, north of Sparta. His family lived in a valley and grew olives and oranges. George immigrated to America in 1909 and went first to Wisconsin, where he had cousins. From there, he traveled to Chicago and then to Penne. He arrived with only $5 in his pocket. An initial loan from a local bank allowed him to buy a soda shop in 1914 that went by various names over the years but was commonly known as George's Candy Shop. He then purchased ingredients to make taffy for Christmas, and having sold it all, decided that Penne would be a good place to make his home. George's innate business acumen seems to have been exceptional because only 11 years after opening his store, he donated an entire city block to be developed into a children's playground, free of all taxation or indebtedness whatsoever. He also agreed to construct a wading pool in the park and make other improvements before deeding it to the city. The city council unanimously agreed to his proposal, and Cahias Park remains a popular green space in Penne today. His love of children is evident in some wonderful memories that his youngest daughter, Georgia Cahias Hamilton, shared with me. At Christmas, Dad dressed up like Santa in a beautiful crimson velvet suit my mother made for him. He would fill bushel baskets full of candy and fruit and take them to Assumption, Illinois, to the Kemmerer Home for Children. Dad would ride in on the fender of a car, waving to all the children, and then leave the gifts. He also hired someone to dress up like Santa or the Easter Bunny, and they would stand outside the confectionery handing out candy to everyone. In the summer, he would invite all the Bible school children to walk single file to his store on their last day and treat them to his homemade ice cream. It was quite the sight to see. In May of 1929, George razed one of Penne's old derelict buildings downtown and constructed a two-story brick building. Ever proud of his Greek heritage, he named the Spartan Building. This building was completed the same week as the stock market crash that began on October 24, 1929, setting off the Great Depression. As one news reporter noted, probably no other Penne businessman other than George Cahias would have at this period undertaken so large an investment and undertaking as the erection of this beautiful business structure. But the reporter added, one of George's mottos had always been, there shall be no backward step. Intended for office and store space, the total cost for land and building was $35,000. George expressed his love and gratefulness to the city and people of Penne. I have faith in Penne. What little I am in business came from the people of Penne. They made me what I am today. I am not afraid of investing the money I've made right back in Penne, my hometown. I'm not worried about the financial returns. I came here 16 years ago with a $5 bill in my pocket. Penne people have been my friends and my patrons. My wife is a Penne girl and my children are Penne born. Georgia remembers that, like many second-generation Greek children, they all worked in the store. She, from the time I could see over the counter. The family lived above a store across the street from George's, which was open every day, even Christmas. George was only 59 when he died in 1953 following a stroke. Demonstrating the high respect which he held in Penne, businesses closed during the final hour of his funeral. Going into business is always difficult, even more so when a person is in a small town, is a foreigner, speaks little English or has little money or education, and is learning on the fly, both how to make candy and ice cream and run a business. And yet there were Greek immigrants who did it, making new homes for themselves, raising families, and creating successful businesses in small rural communities. I thank you for allowing me to share two of those stories of the many Greek immigrants coming to Central Illinois.
Hi, I'm Bess Winter, and I'm a fiction writer, and I'm a Pygmalion fan, and thank you very much to Pygmalion for inviting me to be a part of the literary marathon. I am going to read to you from my forthcoming book, Machines of Another Era, which you're seeing here first because it's coming out January 2021 from Goldwake Press, and it will be available at goldwakepress.com and your favorite indie bookstore. I write a lot about history and historical figures, so tonight I am going to read to you a historical story called Lord Byron's Teen Lover, Claire Clairmont. As he undid her maidenhead, he also seemed to tie knots inside her by invisible thread, so that when he left the inn, she felt a new tug, a strand that snaked between her legs and found anchor in her heart. It only increased with distance. "Goodbye," he said. He buttoned his vest, a burning candle mirrored in each gold button, a column of flames. "Do not write me again." That night, on loose sheets, she began her first and only work, The Idiot. I am full of poetry, she thought. With one hand she worked the quill, the other tested a nipple he'd sucked, still wet. She felt a tug towards Switzerland. This must be his direction. Easy enough to swing her party of poets from the Lake District to Lucerne, her sister, heavy with child, and her brother-in-law with stormy brow and many loose sheets of poems Claire had made in fair copy for him. Homeless, all three. They would rent a villa. They would commune with Byron. When they arrived, he was not yet there. They waited 6 full days each working at a manuscript. Sometimes Claire watched her companions write, each lost somewhere inside themselves, each leagues ahead of Claire. Sometimes, when she watched them, she was never so alone. He arrived with peacocks and private physician. He arrived in a fortune-teller's cart. He arrived with reddened lips, a smudge of coal about his eyes. And there was Claire, snuck into his villa by way of open window, stretched on his soft-made bed, fanning herself with her thin manuscript. "I am a poet," she said. "Go away," said Byron. He pressed a ticking muscle in his temple. He communed with the other poets in her party. The men went out on the lake in a paddle boat, Byron and Shelley small against the water. Claire watched from shore, heeded the tug toward him, increased the idiot. 10 pages became 20. 20 became 30. She watched Lord Byron at dinner, in his shirt sleeves, misting the air with wit. The way he encircled Mary Shelley's wrist with one brown hand. The way he avoided Claire's own gaze. That evening, by lamplight, the idiot grew. Mornings she waited in the shadow below his balcony. As he composed above her, she felt the scratch of his quill as on her own pages. His physician took to eating cherries, launching the stones off the balcony in arcs. They landed with soft thumps. Perhaps The Idiot was a novella. It kicked at her from where she was knotted. One afternoon, long after Byron had retreated into his villa and she was alone in the shade of his balcony, she wrote a single sentence that was more than itself. She read it aloud. The sentence was for her and for the whole world. She read it again. She returned to her own villa, and the sentences came clear and glinting like the waves that scalloped the lake. This was a new feeling. She could make her own world. She made more of it. Sometimes she worked all night and stumbled to breakfast with circles under her eyes. Sometimes, when she made words, she forgot her reason for making them at all. It was the words only, and the words were enough. But by the pull of the thread in her, Claire felt the idiot must pass before Byron's Adriatic eyes. Only he knew what work was good, and she thought the idiot might be very good. When it reached 100 pages, when she could no longer keep it hid, she sneaked into his villa through the same unlatched window. She found the door to his chamber. She knocked. There was no answer. She pressed her lips to the keyhole. "You must read The Idiot," she called. Still no answer. "I need you." She rattled the knob. She slapped her palms against the door. She called his name again and again. She knocked until her knuckles ached. She slumped against the door, manuscript in hand. And she slept, head cocked against the jamb. She was half awake when Byron lifted her upright, his eyes deep and distant, his breath heady with spirits, his curls all off to one side, the thread reeling taut at last. She remembered her purpose. "Will you read The Idiot?" she whispered. Byron smiled. He traced the collar of her blouse where it opened. In her hand, the manuscript, soft from clutching. "No," he said. "What nonsense." For a moment, she made to back away from his touch. For a moment, she clutched her work tighter. Then his hands around her waist, their expert pressure. It squeezed the nonsense out of her at once. Her loosening grip, her letting go. The idiot's pages strewn on the floor where they would soon be trod upon, torn, crumpled, thrown away. Being near brilliance, she knew, demanded some loss. and some stories, like some infants, were too frail to meet the world. The thread between them, so short and so fine. I have a little bit of time, so I'm going to read a very short piece with a very long title called How Do You Deal with the Horribly Cruel Things People Have Said to You Throughout Your Life? I like to make people out of walnuts. Grandma taught me. She had a bag full of plastic feet and another full of googly eyes. She said, you just glue the feet on the bottom of the nut like so. Then you put on 2 eyes. And sometimes you jazz up your nut. Add a bit of yarn for hair or some funny little pipe cleaner arms. Look how they bend. Nut accessories are fancier now. Used to be the only kind of feet you could get for a walnut were bare feet. But now, at a good craft store, you can get little shoes. Also, tiny hats. I've made thousands of nut people. Every one has its own personality. Cowboy nuts, spaceman nuts. This is a nun nut here. This is my family. Grandma, rest her, with a little apron. Grandpa, rest him too. His hair's a cotton ball. Mama in a pink sun hat, and my brother with a dog. Papa's got a golf club in his pipe cleaner hand. I made these as presents for them, actually, which was stupid. Really, I don't know why I did that. Papa said he never played golf, which was so true, and therefore this nut didn't look like him at all. And then everybody else admitted their nuts were garbagey, and what kind of fuckwit would want nuts like this besides someone like me who loves them, right? So I keep them hidden away here. They're probably the worst nuts I've made, but I've made lots of better ones since, like this congressman nut. All I know is I have to keep making them, gluing the pieces together, trying to finally get them right. Sometimes I do it without thinking. Look, I'm making one now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Frank Modica. I want to thank you for sharing with us today our poems. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate all the other people that are reading as well. The poems that I'm going to read today are my Chicago poems. They're cycles of poems about my grandparents in particular, my grandfathers, and also poems about my growing up on the south side of Chicago and the suburbs. My first poem is called Becoming the Writer, after a line by W.H. Auden. Sicily beat down my grandfathers, starved them, cursed them, pushed them off the island. They came to America stuffed into the third-class quarters of the Perugia and the San Giovanni. Promised streets paved with gold by shipping agents, they lived in tightly packed tenements, traveled down mean brick alleyways. Francesco toiled in steel yards, glass factories. Colodro worked unskilled odd jobs to feed their families. There was no room for poetry on the south side of Chicago. They didn't rhapsodize about Sicily or America, wove fragments of family memories over plates of pasta and glasses of red wine. They carved those stories into the hearts of their children and grandchildren. But the grandfathers died years ago. the aunts and uncles dispersed to the suburbs, and family tales untold slowly evaporated. Every day I try to pull memories from old photographs, bits and pieces of family lore to write those stories on plain white paper, backlit laptop keyboards. Sicily and America hurt my grandfathers into my poems. My next poem is 12 Flags. It's based on a photograph I saw on the refrigerator of one of my cousins. Sicily tossed Calodro into the belly of a tramp steamer. Italy forgot about him. The green, white, and red tricolor wasn't his flag. Grandpa carried a lonely banner on his back, a tattered shirt as he sailed across the sea to America. Navigating the great corn deserts of the Midwest, he arrived in Chicago, married a neighborhood girl, a widow. Often laid off, he sold bootleg gin in Bronzeville. His sons and daughters stayed in those closed streets, raised families in the city, but his grandsons, granddaughters went to college, got educations, moved away from the old neighborhood, became teachers, computer programmers, business owners, accountants. At Christmas dinners, the family gathers together to eat raviolis, pierogies, sushi, barbacoa, and kreplachs. On his granddaughter's refrigerator, a photo of his children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. 12 flags, 13 languages, English, German, Japanese, Yiddish, Italian, Spanish, French, 2 African dialects, Swedish, Russian, Polish, Vietnamese. His DNA woven into a quilt of many colors. Years ago, my mom told me a story about Grandpa, about her dad. He never told us. My mom doesn't remember the story either, but I still do. Shovel Man, after Carl Sandburg. Every summer, Grandpa worked magic in his backyard garden with a shovel in his hand. He loved spading dirt over newly seeded beds, setting poles for string beans, sharing the bounty with his family. In his youth, he was always tilling farm fields with a battered shovel to pay his monthly tithe to the church in Sicily. Scraps left for him. The only healthy people he saw were priests and monks. He fled to America because he was starving. He had no future in Sicily. In Chicago, more grinding poverty. He became a shovel man, a dago, building a railroad overpass, a story he never shared with his grandchildren. On weekly trips to Grandpa's place, my brother and I passed under the tons of dirt, rock, and concrete, his monument. Mom told us how Grandpa helped build it. We'd enter a long, dark tunnel, smell the damp, feel the cold oppression of the freight trains and trucks over our heads. We feared those weekly eclipses, sighed with relief every time we came out at the end into the sunshine, laughed because we didn't have to shoulder his shovel. Grandpa's Death Watch. Grandma and Grandpa inhabited their tenement like 2 foreign countries. Grandma cooked, cleaned in the kitchen. Grandpa lounged in his smoker's chair, wedged behind the dining room table. They slept in separate bedrooms. Framed pictures of Jesus leaned back to back on the wall between them. For 50 years, they kneaded their secrets into loaves of tall, crusty bread, hid them behind white porcelain shaving mugs. Charlie was not my first love, Grandma whispered to me as I drove her to the hospital. During Grandpa's last illness, he was in and out of hospitals. I heard the story from one of my uncles. Bedpan blues. When Uncle Joe visited Grandpa's hospital room, he found an empty bed, sheets disheveled, dinner still sitting on a tray. Frantic, Joe rushed down the hall, shouting, "Where's my father?" A quick search found him behind the door in the bathroom, one hand clasping that damn IV pole, with its dangling tubes, hanging bags, and beeping machines, the other hand holding up his white hospital gown. I don't want no damn bedpan. My next poems are poems about my memories of growing up on the south side of Chicago and moving to the suburbs. Man up. Good Catholic boys in button-down shirts and blue jeans fight on school playground, rising and falling in the masculinity standings. This brutal competition snares everyone, large and small, Polish, Italian, or Irish, and my turn is coming. I try everything to dodge the bullet, but holy cards and rosaries don't save me. Good grades can't defer the inevitable. I have to meet the bullies in the alley after school. If I don't fight back, I'm already a loser. My adversaries will stalk me in the hallways, shove my head against the wall, call me a fag. I have to show up, suck it up, be a man. So I put my glasses in a book bag, take a punch, throw a punch. Bloody nose, black eye, so what? Italian boys don't cry. My next poem is War Games. It's about my brother and me. Enemies were easier to identify, playing war games with my brother Mike. Stalking the south side alleys and back streets, we waged war against the Japanese and German soldiers who battled our uncles and neighbors. When playmates joined us, we took turns as the Americans or the enemies. We'd shoot them with our toy guns. They'd shoot us. We'd clutch our chests, writhe on the ground, get up, dust off our jeans, ready for more games, more wars. Playing more was much easier before fetid jungles, body bags, before Adrang, Quezon, Tet. This is my memory of the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. Last lunch. I crawl under the wood desk, rest my head on khaki knees. A bell rings in the hall. Sister Marie tells us to pray for peace. I fold my hands, stare out the window, wondering if I'll see the Soviet missiles fall from Cuba. Barbajine cries. My stomach rumbles. Will I make it home for lunch before the mushroom clouds bloom? We moved out of the city to the burbs in 1965, the title of my next poem. That was the year Sister Marie published my first poem in a school newsletter. A dream fantasy about a wild jungle. I can still smell the mimeograph toner, feel the smudged sheets of white paper. That spring, I rode my first bicycle, learning how to stop with the coaster brake instead of running into telephone poles. That summer, I bought a paperback edition of Robert Frost's poems at a Ben Franklin dime store. The store clerk followed me around until I paid for the book. I carried it in my backpack, hid it from my friends. That fall, I waved at old women in babushkas sweeping the sidewalks. They never looked up, never waved back. That winter, I learned about fences, how I wasn't their good neighbor. My next poems are about my daughters. What do you remember? The morning after her 4th birthday party, my youngest daughter opens the refrigerator expecting her prize. When she finds an empty shelf, she asks, "Dad, where's my cupcake?" I shrug, display empty hands, mutter under my breath, "It's just a stupid Hostess cupcake." She cries. I bluster, offer up lame excuses instead of her treat. As I back away from the refrigerator, I don't stop to consider what I have lost. I stand in, half out of the kitchen, teaching her dishonesty as she tries to teach me love. Skyward, a poem about both of my girls. My daughters bounce on the swing sets under the leaf-mottled sunshine of an Illinois park. Their short legs pump the warm spring air. The rasp of the springbolts screech like red-tailed hawks chasing dreams across the sky. The gusting wind scatters our dancing shadows. When I push them up to the clouds, we reach up for memories, but gravity pulls us earthward. Too soon the moment passes. Our thoughts touch the cool ground. Walking back to the car, both of the girls grab my hands, lace their fingers in mine. Looking up in my eyes, they ask, "Dad, when can we swing again?" My last poem is about the fickleness of memory. Palimpsest. Suppose you tattooed your life on broad stretches of arm, back, stomach, thigh, intricate pictures of your deeds, good and bad, hoping to pass on the stories to your children. After your death, will your family keep those tales and gather every year, dragging out your carcass to retell them? Or will they scrape off those old tattoos and stencil on their own truths and lies? Thank you for listening. Enjoy the poems. Hope to see you in person next year.
Hi everyone, my name is Hanh Chau, and today I will be reading out my poem. It is called Reflection, and here we go. Reflection of own inner voice. Hear me through with the justice, and spare me with the understanding of the true value of a great freedom, to find its own peace purpose, to overcome with a carry on of a burden, to seek justice is coming through, with the prevail of unity, through the darkness time, to conquer with fear, that no harm is done, to champion what we feel, for what justice is standing for. That humanity is a one truly precious kind. So let the reflection of own inner voice to be heard and carry on as life goes on. With harmony and peace, we stay survive among the share of our brotherhood and sisterhood, to be united as one on this planet. For the peace sake of us mankind, together we will soar and rise, until we will be free, for the prosperity that it comes to see. Thank you.
Hi, thank you all so much for coming, and thanks to PYGMALION for hosting this event. I'm Alejandra Oliva, and I'll be reading an excerpt from my essay, At the Border, No One Can Know Your Name, which was originally published in Zora Mag and is forthcoming in Best American Travel Writing 2020. I spent the second week of 2019 in Tijuana, Baja California. Or rather, I spent the nights of that week in San Diego, and every morning, as the sun rose over parking lots and outlet malls and border fences, I'd walk across the footbridge of Head West, 7-Eleven coffee in hand, flash my passport at a Mexican border guard who, by the third day, recognized me and waved me through without even looking, and poke my backpack through the x-ray machine. Just after climbing down a maze of concrete ramps that looked like a diagram of Dante's Hell, past a security guard with an AK-47 strapped to his front, who spent his mornings texting, I'd exit the turnstile into a plaza with waiting taxis and 10-foot-high letters that said, Mexico, Tijuana. I was in Tijuana as part of a response caravan, volunteers coming down from all over the country to help meet the needs of the group of Central Americans who would walk northward from Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador in the thousands. By then, the midterms were over. The caravan was no longer in the news every day. Anchors were no longer bloviating about the possibility of Muslims or rapists being smuggled in, alongside pregnant mothers with small children in tow. I thought I'd be going there to help people prepare for their credible fear interviews, their CFIs, which determine whether someone is eligible for asylum or be immediately deported, or to help people on the other side do actual asylum applications. In both cases, you have a goal, a sheet of paper, a series of questions that you have to get through together. The application, the interview provide a container for whatever's about to happen, a form for the interaction. They also provide a tangible measure of some kind of good. I can count the number of applications I've filled out, how many folks I've CFI prepped, how many people I've helped stay safe. Because that's honestly the messy truth of it. I went to Tijuana for myself. I went because I wanted to see what was happening for myself, because I wanted to be the kind of person who had gone to help, and I thought I knew exactly what that help looked like. Instead, what I ended up doing, where the need was an accompaniment, which means roughly just being there. Being there to play with kids, to hand out tamales and styrofoam cups of coffee, being there to hear someone's story without a form between us, but just because they needed to tell someone, anyone, about their experiences as they crossed the border. Being there to see scars, to see tears, to see immigration officials shouting, to be a warm hand on the back, or a tissue held out quietly, or a body between a person and someone else with a clipboard. Being there to gossip about their volunteers, to make jokes about eyebrow maintenance, or to commiserate about the cold or the rain. Being there to answer questions or scan documents or lend a telephone, to write names and numbers on arms in permanent marker. It meant being there in the plaza every morning to be present for the calling of the numbers and the names. El Chaparral, as the crossing is known on the Mexican side, is the central hub for most of the border crossing activity in Tijuana. Every morning, a canopy tent is set up, surrounded by traffic cones and caution tape, and a beat-up notebook gets pulled out. This is La Lista, a list with the names of every migrant who has declared that they want to cross the border the right way, that is to say, to cross, get detained for an indefinite period of time, and during that detention ask for, demand, insist on a credible fear interview, the first step in claiming asylum and their right under international law. Each name on the list is assigned a number, 10 names to a number, and every morning a certain amount of these numbers and the names beneath them are called out. When someone's number is called, they have a few minutes to run up to the tent and present a form of identification. Their names then get crossed off the list, and they're told when to come back. When you saw pictures on the news of children with their sleeves pulled up to show numbers scrawled on their forearms in Sharpie, those numbers were the numbers of La Lista. If they missed their name being called, maybe they were sick and stayed back at El Barretal, the concert venue repurposed into a shelter some 45 minutes drive away, or didn't think they'd get to their number that day so stayed home to save the bus fare, then too bad. They have to get back in line, get another number, wait another month or two. At any given time, there are at least a few hundred people waiting, and no one knows how many people will be crawled over that day. So in the mornings, we all gathered there, volunteers in hiking backpacks and sensible shoes, holding clipboards, people sprawled near suitcases, sipping food stand coffee, keeping an eye on kids running shrieking through the maze of legs, and waiting for their numbers to be called. Volunteers from the U.S. and Mexico, migrants from El Salvador and Honduras and Guatemala and Cameroon and Haiti and Eritrea and Russia and Georgia, all trying to cross the border into the promise of California. Every morning it starts off just looking like a busy day in this particular plaza. Vendors sell tacos and smoothies, people are spread across the whole space, chatting, volunteers circling between family groups, explaining the things you need to know for your credible fear interview. But as soon as the megaphone comes out, everyone clusters towards the tent, strains, leans in close. They always start with the number, then read out the names underneath them. The crowd self-organizes into concentric rings, those with that number closest to the center, documents in hand, tense-faced, while further out are people who know they won't be called until tomorrow or even next week. Some people start showing up early, just to be sure. I usually hang back, make small talk with people who won't be crossing for a while. I sometimes get mistaken for a caravan member. Volunteers stop to ask me if I know my rights in heavily accented Spanish. Migrants ask me how long I've been here, what my number is. And sometimes, with the magnetic power a name has, I mistake myself for a name on the list. I'll be chatting with someone, explaining the mechanics of the asylum-seeking process, or passing along a helpful phone number, or discussing which coffee is the best in the plaza. And suddenly, out of the megaphone's crackly static, I'll hear my own first name. It pulls me up out of the conversational stream, turns my head, makes me pause, only to dissolve into a stranger's middle and last names, sometimes accompanied by a sudden upstretched hand clutching papers, moving towards the tent. In this way, I hear my own name, both first and last, my mother's name, my father and brother's name, my sister's name. My whole family is accounted for over the week I'm there, and every time the sound catches me up. My name, Alejandra, is an old name, a traveling name. It comes from the Greek, originally, alexo, I defend, and andros, man. Its most famous carrier is Alexander the Great, who probably did see himself as a defender of men and colonized half a continent to that end. My name is the Spanish version of it, none of the sharpness of the Greek, which came into English nearly untouched, nor the sibilance of the Italian, Alessandra. Instead, it comes with a connotation incognate of alejar, to move away from, to make distant. My last name is also a traveling one, crisscrossing the border, and before that, traveling to the New World from Spain. What my last name means, though, is the 100-year-old gnarled branches of olive trees reaching towards the sky, farmers keeping watch over their groves for generations. In other words, a symbol of an attachment to a land, to a home, and further, to watch over and guard peace where it grows. And if you lay my first and last names next to each other, like tarot cards you need to build a future from, you get a little of both. There's defending, which implies fighting, and then there's the olive branch of my last name, peace and home building. It's also just my name, one my parents gave me because it sounded strong, and another that means I'm my parents' daughters. It's particular to me, my own mini destiny, and how I've chosen to interpret it. I've never done it myself, but I have to imagine that naming a child involves some kind of imagining towards the future, a best attempt at casting a protective spell or articulating a hope. Waiting in the plaza, I hear the names of poets, of singers, of apostles and saints. I hear children's names that echo those of the parents, and names that have been left behind in favor of better ones everywhere but on identification documents. I hear names that have always been traveling names, and names that are only recently become it, names in Spanish and French and Haitian Creole and Arabic and Russian and Portuguese. Names that are calling and casting forward some kind of future, names being asked to carry someone forward into survival. After a name is called and identification papers are checked, people are lined up against a fence surrounding a parking lot. Volunteers are allowed to be here for this part also, so we stand by them, playing tiring games with little kids to make the next few hours a little easier on their mothers, or lending out phones to make last-minute calls, or giving out helpful phone numbers for people on the other side. The atmosphere is always at once tense and expectant, so much work and money and time and just sheer bodily effort has been expended to get people to this point. Some people waiting in line know what's coming next, others don't. Couples get married in this line, kiss each other goodbye in this line, cry. Mothers sharpie phone numbers onto their children's skin. The separations have supposedly stopped at this point, but no one wants to take any chances. Sometimes there's a priest or pastor among the volunteers, and they'll stop and ask for prayers. Sometimes I translate, a huddle of us holding hands, the electric current of prayer running from the pastor's hand through mine and to those receiving the blessing. There are little moments of comfort. A woman passes a huge jar of Vicks Vapo rub to a single man waiting in line next to her, so he can use it to cover over scrapes and bumps on his leg. Someone does a little girl's hair in tight braids. We try to linger as much as possible, shaking hands and hugging as they're divided into separate vans that will take them across the border. We'll stand and reach our hands through the fence, sometimes squeezing fingers if we're able, waving madly through the bars if we're not. Every morning, we watch people get on the vans, watch as every last one of them gets on board, puts their luggage in the back, watch as the man with the mustache closes the door in front of them and the grates close over their faces. Then, as the vans slowly pull out of the lot, we stand there yelling, "Vaya con Dios! Adios! Adios! Buena suerte!" You can barely see their hands waving back out of the windows, faces peering back out of the glass. Watching those vans disappear down the street always feels like watching them fall off the edge of the world. Thank you.
From the Netflix annotations, 2 prose poems interrupted by a sonnet. 1. Footnote. This piece will not contain the following words: quarantine, pandemic, lockdown, binging, or jalapeno cheddar Cheetos. 1. Connected, Season 1, Episode 4, digits. Our host, Latif Nasser, a colorful millennial, 1/4 cup curious Radiolab researcher, kneaded together with a full cup of Bill Nye enthusiasm, deep dives into everything from poop to dust to digits. Mathematical precision eludes me, but probability has always seemed kinder, more forgiving. Unless you're a 9, the lowly 9, poor, troubled 9. In a random number set, you'd think with equal probability that any one of the 9 digits should have about an 11% chance of being the first digit. You'd be wrong. It's all about the ones, greedy, lazy ones. Earthquake measurements, city populations, football statistics, numbers of weeks on the bestseller list for Shakespeare. He's still number 1 ahead of Agatha Christie and Barbara Cartland. Go ahead, Google it. Nearly any random set of numbers will bend to Benford's law. The number 1 sitting in first position, as it does, stays number 1. Nasser's wide-eyed, dazzled face propels us down the rabbit hole of digit placement and invites conspiracies involving the Internal Revenue Service, Enron, and voter fraud. He doesn't mention it, but I'm sure the Freemasons are behind it. They're behind all respectable conspiracies. Benford's Law, also called the Newcomb-Benford Law. Go ahead, look it up. I'll wait. See? While you're there, look up the etymology of random. Random derives from Middle English for impetuous, headlong rush, which evolved from Old French for great speed. That's bloody random. Once you see it, Lasser conjectures, you can't unsee it. Benford's Law, too complete in its mathematical imprecision. This law never had a bill stage. Nancy Pelosi didn't bring it to the House floor, and Mitch McConnell won't let it out of committee. But you can't fuck with mathematical laws. The digital natives get restless when you go after their psi math Sith Lord. A sonnet. Sonnet number 9, after Spenser. Help then, O Holy Virgin, chief of 9, Edmund Spenser, the Fairy Queen, 1590. Go, then, vigilant little glyph, and see what stars be mired in your vermilion mud, entangled as you are. 3 sets of 3 dance down a down in Benford's curve, the flood of unassuming numerals, a blood feud between rivals to your reign. Yet, 'neath decayed leaves lives a purpled bud. You have little to lose and all to gain, hiding in plain sight amidst the mundane. 2. From Frank Benford's Law of Anomalous Numbers, read April 22nd, 1937. Footnote, Frank Benford and I share a birth date, May 29th. Feed that into all further conspiracy theories regarding the number 9. It has been observed that the first pages of a table of common logarithms show more wear than do the last pages, indicating that more used numbers begin with the digit 1 than with the digit 9. This law is based on the fact that humans only use the beginnings of books. That's the numerical basis for dominating these other digits, humans' inability to finish a book. A further analysis of the data shows a strong tendency for bodies of numerical data to fall into geometric series. Geometry. Figures. My first failing grade in school. Geometry. Why did it have to be geometry? Fuck you, Euclid. There are many instances showing that the geometric series or the logarithmic law has long been recognized as a common phenomenon in factual literature and in the ordinary affairs of life. I keep hoping Benford will reveal more about standard deviation, from the Latin deviatus, turned from the straight road. Nothing standard about deviation. The wire gauge and drill gauge of the mechanic, the magnitude scale of the astronomer, and the sensory response curves of the psychologist are all particular examples of a relationship that seems to extend to all human affairs. This all seems flimsy to me. Flawed humans measuring, rounding up to 10, no doubt, with exhibitionist 1 taking pride of place. But what if Natif Lasser, Simon Newcomb, Frank Benford, Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Tesla, Niels Bohr, Heisenberg, Max Planck, Heidi Lamar, Hypatia, Katherine Johnson, Ada Lovelace, Karen Volkman, nines conjured Benford's elegant curve out of their secret society? You think nines can't outsmart Freemasons and the IRS? Cats have 9 lives. Atum Ra took the form of a cat, unifying ancient Egyptian lives and marinating a feline myth undeterred by Benford's boring curve. Dante managed to eke out 9 circles of hell, with Satan residing in that final frozen frontier of scum and villainy. We must be cautious. Star Wars has 9 episodes. 1 genuine episode plus a franchise, but it's good enough for Disney. Episode, from the Greek episodion, material between 2 songs or 2 odes, or a digression. 9 planets. As long as Pluto can bulk up as the planet formerly known as the dwarf planet, it would be more polite to call it a planet with dwarfism or a little planet. Labels hurt planets. Pluto said 9 to being booted out of its 9th planetary status, and it's clawing its way back. 9 muses from Clio to Calliope, flaming their bonfire of inspiration in hymn and dance, word and dream. The Enneagram, 9 personality types, with type 9 including such luminaries as Sandra Bullock, Marge Simpson, and the Dalai Lama. 9-sided polygonal matrix. Pythagoras was the first to call himself a philosopher. Lucky number 9. The 9s concocted Benford's curve, deploying the same sneaky tactics that 3-year-olds use to tie terrible 2s to tantrums. If you've ever suffered through early childhood, you know the 3-year-old organization, along with its lobbying conspirators, the NRA and AARP, are masters of the red herring fallacy. Number 9. John Lennon was possessed by 9. Born on the 9th of October, lived at 9 Newcastle Road. The Beatles' inaugural appearance at the Cavern Club was the 9th of February, as was the Ed Sullivan Show that submerged a generation into its yellow submarine 3 years later. Lennon was with the Beatles from 1960 to 1969, arguably the most tumultuous 9 years of the century. John was shot on December 8th, 1980, and rushed to Roosevelt Hospital on 9th Avenue. He died on December 9th, Liverpool time. Revolution number 9, love potion number 9. Vedic texts stretch across centuries like an octopus, unfolding her tentacles through a multiverse fueled by 9 elements: earth, water, air, fire, ether, space, time, mind, and soul. Epilogue. At this point, power failed high fantasy, but like a wheel in perfect balance turning, I felt my will and my desire impelled by the love that moves the sun and the other stars. Dante, The Paradise, Canto 33, the end.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christopher Kempf, and I teach in the MFA program here at the University of Illinois. I'm just going to read 4 poems today, but I'd just like to start by thanking Seth Fein and Jim O'Brien for spearheading this incredible event. I'm very honored to be part of the Lit Marathon and reading with you all. I thought I'd start with 2 poems from my first book, Late in the Empire of Men. And this is a book that's reading my coming of age in Ohio and California against the westward trajectory of American history. I'm thinking in particular in this book about American empire and those practices that work to induct young men into patterns of thought and behavior constitutive of empire. It's also a book in which the 1990s figure quite prominently, and you'll hear that in this first poem. This is called In the 90s. And I should apologize that my Zoom background is not flawless. I don't have a green screen. In the 90s. In the 90s, we were 5. We were pirates each Halloween and wore our teeth black, like the blacked out windows of the cities we were bombing. We watched each night the neon tracers blaze the sky of our televisions, listened to Peter Jennings, who was Canadian, explain it. How Baghdad was a real city somewhere, though it sounded like a sack full of fathers. How the mosques wailed for days. We didn't know in the 90s we were poor. We played with army men in the desert of our dingy living room floor, with Legos on the oceans of our bedrooms. We moved twice in the 90s. We liked Mike, we liked 90210 and soaps. We didn't know what sex was in the 90s, then we knew. We named an 80-acre mall for our country. The cops clubbed Rodney King on camera in the 90s. We saw it. We watched all night in the 90s, the night Diana died. We cried. We cried many times in the 90s. In the 90s, we turned 15. In the 90s, we wore jean coat jeans and believed in aliens and the Hale-Bopp comet. We got our first erections in the 90s and knew then to stand several inches from Katie Harrell while all my life played slowly in the morbid cafetorium. We combined words in the 90s, and this saved us a few dollars. In the 90s, we invented the internet. We spent hours while the modem groaned its horrible foreign language like the world was about to end. The world was always about to end in the 90s. One night, this was the 90s, we dressed in all black. We packed our bags with toilet paper and draped the Haas sisters' hickory trees in white. And every one of us that night watched the ribbons lifted into the darkness. And the sky of the 90s, it took what we gave it, and waving above us its 100 white flags, flung back in the 90s its salvo of used up tubes. One of the recurring characters in this book is a friend from high school who was killed in Iraq in 2007. Ryan Woodward is his name. He was a corporal in the 73rd Cavalry Regiment. His unit came under small arms fire north of Baghdad, and he was killed there. And Ryan was an incredible athlete in high school. And this is a poem about that and thinking about high school football in particular as a kind of physical and cultural training for war. And so this is called Death of the Star High School Running Back. Home this Christmas, the city buried in snow, I approached slowly the frozen fold of earth where his parents laid him. There is above his body not the smallest suggestion of snow. No skidding, wind-blown foliage, only the flags of our people pulsing on their tiny sticks. The swept grass. We grow the empire's dead devotedly here in Ohio. On Fridays, I watched from the stands the man he would become. Cleated like a man, made to endure ruin beautifully like a man, march untouched through the one hole to open field. Even then it was metaphor. Field of Elysium, field of sand somewhere in Saladin province purpling with blood. The bodies of imperial soldiers slaughtered 9 AD in the forests of the Goths rotted 3 winters till Rome, slowly preparing its revenge, returned, and furious fed the routed barbarians to their dogs. They dug for their own avenged dead networks of tombs in the hills, and here, while the woods of Germany burned, buried what was left to them of history. Here, at the grave they have made for him cleaner even than the earth, they have worked in advance their own names on the stone. Sue, his mother, Michael, Ryan, like a child in bed between the two, I touch with numb fingers the chiseled words. Purple heart, bronze star, sun. It is sweet and right. The sky where he is waiting is grayer than hell this winter. I watch the shifting scuds of cloud close above me like something from a 19th century novel. Obvious despair, decline. Tonight, in some far backwater of the Republic, the Son of our God, swaddled as one of us, will come to save us. The nation will praise him. I thought I'd end with 2 poems from my new collection. This is coming out from LSU Press in January. It's called What Though the Field Be Lost? And this book is based on 2 years living and researching in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, and is using the battlefield there as kind of a way to discuss ongoing issues involving race, regional identity, the ethics of memory. The book is also trying to think through the idea of synecdoche as a kind of fundamental operation in conceiving of a nation. A statement like e pluribus unum, for example, out of many one, is really a synecdochal statement, the idea that a part can stand for a whole. And so when you hear synecdoche in this first poem, for instance, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. It's one of the ideas in play here. This is called National Anthem. And this is going to be the first poem in the book, and then I'll close with the last poem in the book. National Anthem. If, then, a country could be saved, may we all be its pulse and schematics. May our flags kneel for us. May nothing reign. May one day mean Tuesday, and may our planes on alert over Host and Riyadh whisper love songs to the canyons beneath them. May weddings go on for months. May guns gather bullets back into themselves like fishing line. If a country could be saved, could wave lagoons too be a part of it? Could slot machines? Could a country be lifted like a god? If Modesto comes back, could Saturday night we drive T-birds to the Wolfman? May dawn's early light lacquer our faces. May Huck and Jim, may grouped text. Let every coal seam spit back its dead. Let the many of us be one. The one be numerous and mongrel. Imagine Spangled, and may each of our stadiums smolder. May marching bands dazzle and thrall us, their drums like war no one will remark, their winds and brasses forming the tightest of scripts. The seamstress we know, age 13, who dyed the cotton and cut the starlight in the flag Francis Scott hailed, was a servant girl, Grace Wisher. May we, in the poem of our country, be such exquisite stitchwork. May synecdoche mean fruited plain, beautiful river. In that country, nuke silos swallow missiles down like hot dogs. In that country, cop cars flip Snapples to day laborers. May stars blaze. May landfills flower and hum. May one by one we gather then in the swollen fields of our republic. Above us, the rocket's red glare growing faint. Some praise song swept upon us utterly like a wind. May we will say, which will one day become us. And then I'll just end with the last poem in the book. This is called Veterans Day 5K. Then they came forward. From a platform they waved to their families. Fall Queen crowning each with corn husks, the color guard still as monuments. You will want to know the mayor wore Carhartt. Wept. The runners halted in their lunges, flags shirred, such faith I will never not long for. My father's people, these, who bailed a town together from prayer meetings and diesel fuel, who, gone seasons, shoed horses with car tire, tilled vast acres of cinders, who dressed their deer still like a sacrament. I've signed my name nowhere, endured nothing. What is it, though, that lets a man imagine a country worth weeping for? Or figure it, for instance, spring calves climbing to their feet, evenings at Sawyer Park in stirrup pants, pitchers hanging the taut lines of fastballs. That week they had taken the soybeans off. I thought as I ran, rode threading the fields of Greek reaper gods, climbing up through the grottos and vents of the underworld. One called Christ, lifted from his cave. Kindred know the myths we've sown the earth with. There was a country once sent its children great distances. Death lived there. And when they returned, for they did often, grand races were held. Whole parades marching through farmland, the line of revelers bright in raiment, bells clapping. Afterward the people drank. Their ruler spoke. Go now, you who have heard, and spread the good news. Thank you all for your attention. Take care.
Hello everyone, good evening. I'm not sure how much introduction I'll be getting at the actual live event, but assuming that I'm going to be getting no introduction whatsoever. Hi, I'm Emmilea. I'm a third-year fiction writer. Tonight I'm going to be reading a short fiction piece from my final project manuscript. My manuscript is a collection of mostly short stories and a few essays centering around the experiences of teenage girls in America. The tentative working title of the manuscript is Sharing a Sandwich with a Dead Girl. Like most short story collections, I assume it's going to be titled after one of the stories in the collection, but I have not yet written the title story, Sharing a Sandwich with a Dead Girl, and frankly I have no idea what that story would even be about or what would happen in it besides the obvious, but I just kind of like that as a title for a book. And I don't know, sometimes I think I like writing titles for stories more than I actually like writing stories, and I know that a lot of people have the opposite problem. So if you want a personal title generator, limited time only, 25% off until I graduate, yeah, I will write your titles. Anyway, the story that I'm going to be reading to you today is called Cheer Captains and Other Man-Made Disasters. It's pretty fresh. I wrote it about 2 weeks ago, and I think it's probably not quite done. I think it might need another scene or two somewhere in the middle, but I have to keep it short anyway for the purpose of this reading, so I figured for pragmatic reasons I'd worry about that later. Alright, so Cheer Captains and Other Man-Made Disasters. Some people are born stubborn, and I'm one of them. I compare myself to the black crap that crusts over the sides of a frying pan and refuses to come out no matter how hard you scrub. I compare myself to kudzu vines. My family members say I should compare myself to a mountain or a red oak tree, something equally unmoving but more self-empowering. They say I shouldn't call myself stubborn. I should call myself determined and tenacious. My first true love was a dream of becoming cheer captain. But when my senior year came, Morgan Viking became captain instead of me, and instead of congratulations, the people who loved me rushed in to tell me that one day it wouldn't matter, that I'd learn to let go. They might have been right if I'd wanted them to be, but I chose to make them wrong. I decided right then and there that I would never let go, if only to prove that they were idiots for speaking to me that way. Everyone line up. Morgan Viking stood with a tape measure next to Coach Terry, who sat in a folding chair with a clipboard. We were being measured for uniforms, everyone's favorite or least favorite day of the season, depending on how much you like your body. I hated my hips, but we all hated our hips. I'm jealous, said Morgan when she measured me. You have literally the perfect proportions. Oh, shut up. I noticed that she'd forgotten to put mascara on the lower lid of her right eye, or maybe it just looked that way because her right eye was smaller than her left. But Morgan Viking quit the cheer team before the first football game. She calmly picked up her water jug after practice one day and said, "You know, I kind of think I'm done with this." She ripped the ponytail out of her hair and shook her head. By done with this, we all thought she meant she was going to chop her thick, ill-behaved hair off. No, she meant she was done with cheer. Coach Terry said it was up to her if she wanted to quit, but she would have to come and explain to the whole team what else in her life was so important that she chose to leave us mid-season. Morgan came to us on a Tuesday afternoon in loose jeans and a pink hoodie, her hair tied in a fluffy auburn bun on the top of her head. She sat cross-legged in front of us while she explained herself. "Yeah, I just decided I don't really like cheer anymore," she said, "and I feel I can no longer pretend that I do. It just doesn't feel like me anymore." The younger girls nodded intently, touched by her sincerity. We older girls exchanged mistrustful glances. What is she really up to? "Plus, this is Ethan and I's last year of high school," Morgan went on. "We want to spend as much time together as possible. He wants to go to North Dakota State next year." The freshmen swooned. We older girls narrowed our eyes. "Yeah, I knew she was a whore," my friend Sarah whispered in my ear. "What's in North Dakota anyway? I don't know, nature?" After that, Morgan picked up her purse and walked out of the football stadium, never to pick up her pom-poms again. She walked out with a smile. No shame, no regrets. I couldn't stand people like her. I thought it was fate. I was the only other senior on the cheer squad besides Morgan's twin sister, Lindsay. There was no way they were going to pick Lindsay Vicking. I figured God must have planned it this way all along. He'd forced me to wait to become cheer captain, so I would appreciate it more when I finally got my way. But then Coach Terry picked a new cheer captain and it still wasn't me. She picked a junior, both blonder and more talented than I. I wanted to die, but I didn't feel like doing anything about it. The new captain's name was Alex Violet, with a hyphen. "You're choosing to suffer," my mom said in the car one day after I'd whined about cheerleading one time too many. "This is voluntary suffering." "Okay," I said. I flicked my pinky finger back and forth, rolling the car window up and down, up 1 inch, down 1 inch, up 1 inch, down 1 inch. "You need to choose a different attitude," my mom said. She'd been through this with me several times before, how there was involuntary suffering and voluntary suffering. Most suffering was voluntary, and we could choose to chop our suffering right out of our hearts by letting go of our attachments. Simple as chopping off the rotten end of a cucumber. "How do you do that?" I asked her many times. "You choose to stop suffering by choosing to be happy," she said. She wasn't making it up either. It was all based on the teachings of Buddha. My mom wasn't a real Buddhist, but she was wise like a Buddhist. "It's concerning to me that you're still so upset about this." My mom pulled a right turn onto our street. "You can't get this hung up on arbitrary titles." But it wasn't so much that a lack of a title made me sad. It was more that sad was my default setting, and fantasizing about having a title had always given me tiny snippets of temporary but nonetheless real happiness. "My mom is insane," I told Sarah the next day. We were sitting behind the 7-Eleven across the street from the high school, drinking Diet Dr. Peppers. "She thinks I can just choose to stop being miserable." "Well, maybe you can," said Sarah. "You're not learning about Buddhism too, are you?" "No, but I don't know, maybe you could try to suffer a little less, like you're way sad all the time. You were nicer in middle school." "I don't remember you in middle school," I said. Then I uttered some mumbo-jumbo about how maybe she was right-ish, but if I chose to stop suffering, I'd be cutting out a chunk of myself that I wanted to keep. I couldn't explain what the nature of that chunk was, or why I wanted to keep it. "I understand," said Sarah, though I don't know how she did. Sarah later decided to major in communications. "Maybe sometimes it's a good idea to betray yourself if your real self starts to suck." I didn't have anything to say to that, so I just stared at her intently while I crushed the top of my Diet Dr. Pepper bottle. Then I started waxing art critic about Adele's new album. "Her voice is amazing, but it's too commercial." "Everyone keeps saying that," said Sarah. "I don't even know what that means." "It means it lacks originality." "No, it doesn't. It just means people are annoyed with her for being rich." I told her about a different album instead. "Oh, I hate that one," she said. "It's trashy and so disrespectful towards women. I really couldn't listen to more than 30 seconds of it." Well, it's fine if you don't like it, I said. Usually I was defensive of my opinions on music, but it was probably a good thing if Sarah hated my favorite album. I was somewhat in denial about it, but our friendship was slowly falling apart. Alex Violet, with a hyphen, had gotten into a car accident and broke both her collarbones. And since Sarah was now the new replacement cheer captain, I was already thinking of ways to silently kill her. I like that you appreciate so many different genres of music, said Sarah. I like that you're so open-minded. After that, she stood up to toss her empty Dr. Pepper bottle. You should have recycled that, I said. There was no recycling bin in sight, so I tucked my own bottle into my backpack. I'm going to take this back to campus and recycle it there, I informed her. Never mind the fact that the recycling bins on campus were just for show, and the janitors threw all the recycling and the trash into the same bins after everyone left the school. Did you know, said Sarah, that if we all banded together and ended worldwide plastic pollution this very instant, the planet would still be fucked? Yes, I'm aware. Still, after Sarah drove home, I walked across the street and across the front lawn of our high school, past the palm trees and the rose bushes and up the front steps. I pulled on the doors, but it was after hours and they were already locked. What a bitch, I said to a bird pecking at donut crumbs on the steps. What a stupid bitch. The bird flew off. What a stupid cunt-faced, shit-eating, stupid bitch. I went around the corner to try one of the side doors, as the janitors sometimes got to those a little later. Not today. I pulled on the east side door and let out a little whimper when it wouldn't give. I was about to turn and leave when I saw Jeremy the janitor, whom I'd kind of become friends with, emerge from a classroom and look my way. I waved pleadingly, and he made his way over. Forget your books again? He asked, pushing open the door. No, I just want to recycle this. I'm not supposed to tell you this, kid, but all the recycling and the trash in this building go to the same place. You can just chuck that right in the garbage. Please let me in. Jeremy stepped aside, and I pushed past him, nearly knocking him with my backpack. Then I fast-walked down the hallway, extending my bottle-wielding arm straight out in front of me, a girl on an invisible horse charging into battle, and slam-dunked it into the nearest recycling bin. I looked over my shoulder to make sure Jeremy saw. He gave me a little wave, like, yeah, I get it, I was young once too. It occurred to me then, despite what I told Jeremy before, I actually had forgotten some books in my locker. I hadn't even known I was lying to him, I just hadn't been thinking about it. My locker was only 20 feet away from where I now stood, but I didn't want to go to it. Jeremy was still looking, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. So I left the school, barging through the front doors, which were locked from the outside but not from the inside. Then I headed back across the front lawn to the east side of the building, past the church hall and the private therapy practice, headed towards the creek trail. Once I was far enough from the bustle of town, I knelt down in the dirt beside the creek, laying my backpack down next to me. A skinny fish about as long as a football was nosing around in the reeds. Hi, little dude, I said to the fish. Shitty day? Yeah, me too. A few yards down the trail, an old bald guy with a thick white beard sat on a bench. He was close enough that he could probably hear me talking to the fish. He was wearing sunglasses, so I couldn't tell if he was staring at me out of the corner of his eye or if he was even awake. I recycled the bottle for you, I told the fish. You should be grateful to me. I hope I saved your species or something. Then again, maybe you're an invasive species. Are you an invasive species? Sorry, that's probably rude. I mean, it's not really your fault if you are. The fish moved sideways a little, but it was hard to tell if it was moving voluntarily or if the creek's current just gave him a nudge. I rambled on. Last week, I picked 13 empty bottles out of the trash and moved them to the recycling bins. You know how stupid I looked, roaming the halls and picking things out of the trash during lunch hour? I dipped my finger into the water. The temperature seemed normal, and the water felt cleanish. I wasn't going to mention how the recycling bins on the school were just a formality. Aren't you going to tell me I did a good job or something? I yelled at the fish. Aren't you going to thank me, recommend me for president of the Nature Conservancy or something? Tell all your fucking fish friends about me and how great I am? I then wondered if I was insane, or it's more like I realized I probably should have wondered if I was insane, when in fact I felt totally justified, like screaming at animals was something I should have been doing all along. Other people were the crazy ones, people who thought they could skirt along the edge of mediocrity and be okay with it. Anyone who wasn't on the brink of hurling themselves off a bridge, screaming obscenities at the sea creatures down below, was either stupid or in denial. "I'm leaving now," I told the fish. I could barely see the flick of his tail as he disappeared behind some rocks. "I'm going now. Have a nice day. Bye now." But then, for some reason, I just stayed there, butt in the dirt, watching the negative space the fish left behind. Watching the algae eat the rocks, the lichens eat the trees. That is all. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's great to be able to read these poems from Vic's backyard with this beautiful scenery rather than a stuffy old room in some building, but I think we know we'd rather be in the stuffy old room, and I think we know the reasons why. Anyway, I have several poems. I want to start by thanking Jim O'Brien for putting Pygmalion Poetry again for the third year. We really appreciate it, Jim. It's great to be here and do this, and also to my son Seth, who's behind Pygmalion and has allowed the poetry group to do this once more. So thanks you all. I hope you enjoy my poems, as I'm sure I will yours. I've got several poems, as I said. The first and last are attempts at humor, and the first few are COVID-related poems. I'm going to start out with one called National Pastime. 1. My Little League team sucked. Made the Bad News Bears look good. We fired a coach who was a drunk. Hired a poet to replace him. He knew nothing about the game, but he wrote limericks about each position. There once was a pitcher with no luck, still known for his excellent pluck. He threw such a curve which never did swerve, and then he just passed on the buck. There once was a shortstop named Slikes, who also was known for his gripes. He swung and missed, and all the fans hissed when he said he needed 4 strikes. We never won any games, but our pitcher and shortstop joined a debating team, and did well. 2. There once was a bloke named Trump, whose antics caused many to flump. He thought all were his slaves, sent many to their graves, wanting to dump his rump. There once was a country attacked by a terrible disease. Everyone said we needed to stay home, isolate safely, until the virus ran its course. We had elected a businessman. His medical experience was going to the doctor, but he said he knew about business. He told everyone to get out there, get off the bench and onto the field, play ball. A lot of people thought he was crazy and stayed home, but a lot of people put on their uniforms and began to throw the ball around again and died. Next one is based on one of my favorite novels, Les Miserables, which I've read the book, not just seen the movie and the play, and I highly recommend it. This one's called Bread of Mercy. When Bishop Myriel blessed Jean Valjean, gave him the silver candlesticks of liberty, equality, fraternity, it was the single loaf of bread which cost 19 years in a wretched prison. Valjean stealing it for his sister and her 7 starving children moved the bishop's heart. In France, the poor gnawed coarse black bread, mixed with sawdust and bark, while the rich ate soft white bread, and it was fancy cake that tumbled the arrogant, pretty head of Murrey. Once I discovered a law in Paris allowed any indigent soul to take a loaf of bread without penalty, a tribute to Valjean in the Les Miserables. Stark contrast to our country, where our leader tries to end school lunches and food stamps as he devours the cake of greed and corruption. Do we need another Hugo to pen this misery, inspired by a man he saw dragged away without ceremony for 1 stolen loaf? We've not learned in 3 centuries to bake mercy into the staff of life. And one more COVID poem called Fodder. Years ago, when my wife and I drove deep into red clay for a Georgia wedding, we explored outside Atlanta. We both loved antiques and quaint shops with doodads and local candies, but noticed Army recruiting signs by most of the cash registers, an unexpected rite of passage for recent high school graduates, a way to glory, a badge of honor to escape dirt roads, closed storefronts, weedy playgrounds, the bright cardboard signs spelling fodder for the great mad cow in the sky who chews and cuds them up. On the news this morning, a father and his son from Georgia argue for freedom not to wear masks or distance as they mass return to school despite every COVID warning. The curly blonde boy, a linebacker on the football team, mouths freedom as if it were something stuck in his teeth. His dad, sporting a bass cap, mouths the same words like a fish gasping for air, asserts his right to get sick and die, just as the young men and women did so long ago, when I was younger and thought it would change. And now, as you know, I was involved in the anti-war demonstration, Vietnam War demonstrations a lot, and we're in a time in our history where there's a battle of statues as people legitimately pull down Confederacy and pro-slavery statues. This is just a little poem about what we might do about that. It's called New for Old. Pull down the old statues, battle celebrations glorifying war. Melt them down, make statues of protesters instead. Flowers in her hair, above her smiling, defiant face, flourishing a peace sign. His head bandaged by a police baton, fists thrust in the air in solidarity with the people. Forge these fresh molds of youthful courage. Park them on the empty slabs. And now a little bit of attempted humor, a humorous poem about the Vietnam War, if that's even possible. It's called Vietnam War Demonstrations. On our campus, both sides rally for a raucous march. Greg and his bagpipes lead the anti-troops, blast the spring air with a rousing Black Watch tune. Young radical hearts march behind him, around and around the quad, confronted by pro-war frat boys who mock and jeer Greg's kilt. Sissy pants. One rogue sneaks behind, lifts the kilts, exposes whitey-tighties. In a flash, Greg draws his ceremonial sword. The sun glints. When Greg raises the sword above the rogue's twisted face, I shout a warning, arrest his arm. Greg jokes. I almost cleaved, would have killed him. We laugh. The war rages on. Now we go into showing I'm old. It was a time when we had 78 records before rock and roll, and if you're old enough to remember the 78s, then you're old like me. This one's called Heebie-Jeebies. 12 years old, enthralled by Jan August Miserlou. I listened to the 78 record on my phonograph. My heart soars with the strings. I noticed a stack of 45s with bright colored centers my father brought home from his tavern, donated by the jukebox man. I never heard of Little Richard. Put on the white and gold label. I got the heebie-jeebies because I love you so. My heart beats faster. Feet dance. Next weekend, a teen party. Over the loudspeaker. Tutti Frutti, Holla Rudy. Little Richard again. At home, the 78s, Patty Page, Rosemary Clooney, Johnny Ray, Frankie Lane, lay scattered on the floor. Instead, the record player spins Rock Around the Clock, Rock and Roll is Here to Stay, Maybelline, Blueberry Hill. Violins got heebie-jeebied. 78s collected dust. Little Richard, piercing wail, pounding piano, towering pompadour, Runch and Religion, with Chuck Berry, Fats Domino, broke the sound barrier for the rest of my life. Now a little poem about my grandsons in their backyard, called Forgiveness. My grandsons dragged their tent across the backyard and covered an Eden of garter snakes, roiling, scared, slithering for safety, one snatched by my oldest grandson, rasped and petted before it wriggled away, the curse forgiven. When I was 6, in front of my house, an adult garter snake rose and hissed at me. Terrified, I screamed for our Great Dane. Rowdy roared around the house, snapped up the innocent snake, shook it to death, while I sobbed and cheered. For years I told that story, fondly remembered my dog. Now, when I see my grandson love and release his snake, it is my snake for which I feel. All right, a couple more. This is about Marie Antoinette, who you can tell from my earlier poem, I'm a little bit fascinated with. Just a reflection on her life. It's called Perception. Poor Marie. From your balcony, you didn't really shout at the waving, hungry pitchfork staves. Let them eat cake, did you? You were not that stupid to open your privilege to those starving peasants. You did not scream those haughty words, did you? But they said you did. Orchestrated orgies in Versailles, slept with your son, pilfered millions for your native Austria, sent you to the horrid guillotine, more humane than drawing and quartering, frantic horses ripping the dying, gutted body asunder. Dignity on the way to the blade, dressed in widow white, ignored the jeering crowds, ignored the assigned priest perched beside you as the tumbril rolled its hour toward your death, unlike the carriage provided your husband. Dickens celebrated Madame Defarge, knitting as the crowd remembered her dead child, trampled by the aristocrat's carriage, mixing her son's blood with the wine she sold the rich. Defarge howled when you tripped over the executioner's shoe. When the bloodthirsty peasants screamed for your head, cheered when those beautiful eyes glazed dead, body pitched into a pauper's grave, face later a Toussaint wax mask, the cake was not what mattered, was it, poor Marie? And now, a last poem, another attempt at humor. I've been terrible at math all my life. I hated it. Some of you can really resonate with me. Others think I'm crazy because you were great at math, but I wasn't. This one's called Numbers. My daughter struggles with a statistics class, complains about probabilities, sends shudders of memories through me. In old age now, I don't do numbers. Only see the ball scores. Know the higher number means a win. Praise to James Van Tassel for the calculator. In 8th grade, the math teacher, nicknamed Raja, huge in voice and demand, threatened to call my father because I didn't pay attention. Tried to tell him I didn't get it. What mathematical Assad invented algebra? Saved by Mr. Piazza, the wrestling coach, a D- kept me on the team. And Mr. Olson for geometry. Euclid rhymes with putrid. He assigned everyone a personal theorem, so when he called on me, I always got it right. Vertical angles are always equal. In college, took a general math requirement, had to pass to stay in school, had a crush on the tutors, tried hard to please beautiful Miss Christensen. No one in the world has gotten a D except me. On the LSAT for grad school, the math exam stumped me after 6 problems with a question about Napoleon's bones math concept. Equilateral nightmare. 15 minutes in, I put my head down. The proctor asked, Are you sick, young man? Learned helplessness, they call it. Born with that malady. I am not proud. How can you be proud of what you didn't want to be? But I got smart, married a woman who could measure things, took the measure of me. I made it through life without numbers. Can you beat those odds? Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to Pygmalion Poetry. Thank you, Jim, for all you do to keep this group going and finding places for us to participate. Appreciate it. And Seth, thank you for creating Pygmalion, giving us a chance, an opportunity to do this. So I'm going to start with a poem called On the Way to Tomorrow. It happened on the way to tomorrow. The sun pierced the horizon like all mornings. As I rose from my bed, the adventures of my sleep time returned for a visit. I laid back down in order to more easily host my reflections. On a psychic ride, we can go anywhere without boundaries, where curtains are drawn, or we can walk in the streets in a naked mind, where marshmallow meditation is interrupted by a distant voice yelling, some more, some more. where poets find just the right words, where lovers can sleep in honeymoon splendor forever, where a tomato rolling by is asked to give a slice by someone dressing a salad, where every child, if they desire, hits a home run, where a maple tree dances with a locust to the delight of the full moon, where a banana does the splits in an ice cream social, where bamboo drumsticks set the rhythm for dancing dragonflies. The sunlight begins filtering into my room. I fully awaken, rise once more, dress myself in the boundaries this reality holds. My next poem, it was born and created at a men's group in Northern California back in the Redwoods, pretty far north near Mendocino. There were over 100 men, and 25% of them were scholarshiped in to participate in this group. And some of the things they shared is why this poem was born. It's entitled Trapped. Sitting in a room with over 100 men, sharing life stories to release, to feel compassion, empathize. Words burrow deep in our souls. We weep together and laugh together. This man's sister and mother committed suicide while he was out in the hood selling to keep his family in food. This man killed 3 people, knifed them to death, stood over and watched them bleed out one by one. 27 years in prison, sleeping with his actions. Out now 2 years, he works to help boys find healthy direction. Recently being informed he is not potent, never to have a son that he's dreamed of, stands before us screaming, weeping his loss. This young man, 18, stands, pauses, takes several deep breaths, tells us he has no chance. His words crumble like broken glass. No direction, no education. I'm white. Don't make no difference, man. I am no one. Foster parents, I hate them. Never knew my father. Mother is dead. Sister, she overdosed. Got nothing, man. Another man can hardly express the trauma of that day he shot and killed who they told him was the enemy. Pain, guilt, fear, dripping from their tongues, saturated our hearts. Brotherhood pulls us together, unites us, hugs us, soothes us. It's a poem about Vietnam War. A bad hand. Years of defeat in Vietnam should have enlightened our leaders to hold, knowing they had a poor hand. To fold, knowing they had a poor hand. They didn't. A poker game war. No one was bluffing. Instead, they raised the stakes, betting our young, betting our kids like poker chips in a pot, infiltrating their brains through patriotism. It took years to finally step away from the table. Next poem is entitled, They Weren't Raised That Way. This poem is about my brother and I and a trip we took as young boys on a bus to visit my mother in Florida. They weren't raised that way. They didn't know. They weren't raised that way. 2 young boys waved goodbye to Dad. Split homes call for the unusual. They board the Greyhound to be with Mom for the summer. Travel from Yankee to Confederate country. Right to the back of the bus. Those days, blacks only sat back there. They didn't know. They weren't raised that way. Surrounded by dark-skinned folks, greeted with open arms, open hearts. Hours later, entering the South, a dinner stop. Exiting the bus, their new elder friends informed them they had to separate. A smile and a pointed finger showed the boys the way. One side read whites only, another one read colored only. Even the water fountains bore bold signage. They didn't know. They weren't raised that way. Never had grits before, lying over everything like volcanic lava. Shouldn't eat 'em. Couldn't eat 'em. Separate 'em. Push 'em to the side. Whites over here, blacks over there. Back to the bus, sitting with friends once more, puzzled by the current events. Nighttime now, bobbing his head in and out of sleep. The lady next to him signals for his bobbing head to lie on her lap. He accepts. He didn't know. He wasn't raised that way. This is a poem that was born in that special space when you wake up in the morning and you're half awake and half asleep. And this idea came to me. It's entitled Black and White. It's a prose poem. The black and white sign over the cafe, over the door read cafe. Upon entering, it was apparent things were unusual. I sat in a booth, the seat covered in white vinyl, the tabletop all black. I waited patiently, observing the one waitress moving about. She held a white tray about shoulder height. I could hear noises behind the kitchen door. I waited and waited, my leg jiggling up and down in frustration. Finally, she approached my table, then handed me a laminated single sheet. On the face of it said menu in bold white print, contrasting the all-black page. Somewhere off-center was a white dot. I paused, was puzzled, then replied, "I will take it." She did not speak, just took her black pen, made a dot on her white order pad, and reached for the menu. Time passed slowly. The only movement was the waitress, dressed in her white uniform, with black nurse's shoes and white hose. A large, very thin-looking clock, plain-looking clock, ticked loudly each minute that passed. Many ticks later, my waitress approached my table, her tray held high. Lowering the tray, she picked up the white plate and placed it before me. A seed lay in the center of the plate. That's all, just a seed. I looked up at her in amazement. "What am I supposed to do with this?" I inquired. She replied, "You are here to learn patience. Take it home and plant it. It will yield food if you care for it properly." I know it's a little word. This poem is entitled Passages, about my son and I when he was a boy. I look at him gently swinging in a hammock across the room, his coal black, unruly hair, large sculptured body, unusually handsome man face. My mind drifted back. He is a child sitting on my lap. I feel his warmth, his weight, his love. My legs now numb, circulation hindered. He has become too large to sit on my lap any longer. I don't want to say it, have resisted putting words to it for some time now. Each word tumbles from my lips like a slow motion landslide. Son, you are too big now to sit on my lap. It hurts to say it. It hurts not to say it. And finally, I'm going to close with, I'll do this before. This is entitled No Cheese. The full moon light glistens like a pathway of sparkling diamonds across the ocean surface. 2 padded chairs, front row ocean view, my son next to me, contemplating life, speaking of the man in the moon, a man of the man on the moon, wondering if another planet like ours, or a son and a father, might be contemplating another moon. 50 years have gone by since those brave men stepped off the spaceship to plant the flag and confirm the moon is not made of cheese. And finally, I'll close now with a poem that was created on a trip to Costa Rica as I sat near the ocean in this little village. Peace by the sea. Hanging out in a small seaside village in Central America, things move slowly here. Seems no reason not to. Peace and cooperation come easily. Saw a cat lying next to a mouse, legs in the air. Thought it dead till the cat's tail twitched, brushed against it. The mouse slowly looked over at the cat and yawned. Ocean waves fold slowly here, hardly a sound, lest they wake a napper. Pelicans cruise the wind in formation, wings straight out, soar in slow motion. Siestas last hours, leaving little time for work. Not much to do, no need to do it in a hurry, leaving nothing to do. Ever hear a hummingbird snore? They do here. Iguana basking in the sun, half-chewed leaf hanging from its mouth. Monkeys hang out, slowly groom each other, eating what they find. Special, this little village by the sea. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Tiny man for president. The center was not holding. The republic was sinking. Plague and wildfires swept the land ruled by a madman. The oppressed were fighting the police in the streets. Mayhem held sway. Glaciers toppled into the sea. Children stayed up late. In the course of human events, America was being called upon to vote against an incumbent maniac, president and cabinet of fumbling loyalists who had actually lost the popular vote, and to all fall all in with a candidate whose only qualification need be that they were not a maniac. The voters were waking up to the aroma of this, because this maniac was something new, and the longer you mistook him for a human with reason and empathy, the more fascinating he became. The President was a true crime novel. Somehow, finding a person to oppose the decrepit incumbent was proving difficult. In the quest for a candidate, electability had become a complex code word that means, I don't like him, but probably others will, maybe for the exact reasons I don't, so let's go with him, always him. I don't really give a fuck, I just want the old one gone. In another dimension existed that rare candidate one actually wanted, where all the failed hopes for the pragmatic candidate collided to form one awe-inspiring historic leader who would be completely and utterly perfect, but unelectable. Well, Tiny Man may have been one such figure. Not a maniac, but endowed with superpowers with which a true maniac could cause severe mayhem, but way too intimidated to use them. Tiny Man was not tiny. In socks and sandals, he stood about 5'11 3/4", 98 pounds. Though he was obliged to fight crime, he had a non-confrontational disposition, and social anxiety, insecurity, hypersomnia, and his super senses were prone to hallucinations. Unlike his many glamorous superhero colleagues, he shunned in every way any light that might be spot or lime, but this only made him more famous. Also, unlike his many glamorous super colleagues, his entertainment properties were slim and amounted to a 3-issue comic book run, long out of print, unless you include fan fiction. As detailed in his profile in Maxim, Tiny Man is a superhero distinguished not by his size, which is only slightly taller than average, not tiny, but by the narrow scope of his ambition and his desire to not be a superhero at all. Oh, sure, he's endowed with certain superpowers, the ability to fly, X-ray vision, super breath, but he uses these as seldom as possible to avoid attracting attention. And truth be told, he isn't very good at flying, especially landing. And sometimes mixes up his heat vision and his X-ray vision, causing him to accidentally set people's underwear on fire. About 40, but looking about half that, Tiny Man wore sandals around the house, but on the campaign trail, a hooded sweatshirt and sweatpants, generic sneakers. Either nobody could convince him to wear a suit, or nobody had had the guts to try, but the base liked it. He dressed like them on laundry day. Possibly Tiny Man was possessed of greatness of the sort that comes along once in a century, if that. Although there were plenty of functional crime-fighting superheroes, such as Tiny Man's least favorite, Megaloman, they never got the numbers. They were washout candidates, dust. Megaloman had at least as much charm as Schwarzenegger, but in the polls he was a non-starter. A wet match. Early in the campaign, it's hard for the party to control their candidates in order to assert the most conservative one. And crazy progressives like Sanders and the pacifist Tiny Man, Howard Dean and other loose cannons surge in popularity to the shock of the party. Betos and betas. The party was vocally pro-choice, silently pro-war, and prone to hypocrisy on all other issues. And to their credit, having values that they couldn't live up to was healthier than having no values at all. Or bad values. In the case of Trump, it was hard to tell. Tiny Man was one of the many superheroes organized around the NGO, the League of Justice. He rarely attended meetings and never did committee work, or superhero work, unless he was cornered by criminals begging him to apprehend them. Paparazzi were always nearby. Bad guys wanted to touch with greatness without the violence that normally attends superheroic vigilante work by overly strong superheroes or trigger-happy white police officers. In all, Tiny Man was a piss-poor choice of man to campaign for the highest office of the land. He had stage fright, no talent at oration, and virtually no real work experience, having eked out a tiny living as a tiny hero. Most of his income had in fact come from using his powers to track down missing cats for whose return a generous award had been offered. And Tiny Man, the reluctant superhero come reluctant candidate, didn't know how to get out of it. Either Tiny Man somehow confronted the charismatic campaign manager Johnny Word and demanded to be released from the ticket? No, or Tiny Man simply inevitably lost. And Tiny Man was the losing kind. Although 11 months out from the election, it was hard to tell what the fuck was going on, which is how democracy should look, right? If the process is crystal clear, you're probably looking at fascism. Funneling the will of 327 million Americans through a few paragraphs of constitutional explanation is going to be messy. And a more effective democratic process, let's say a more effectively democratic process, say in which Americans could vote for politicians instead of delegates, or, wait for it, for or against policies such as war, would be even messier. Keep waiting. By contrast, the totalitarian incumbent and the Republican Party seemed very organized. Whatever policy mistake the incumbent spewed was immediately taken as the word of God by McConnell and the other agents of Orange. Impeachment or no, Trump was running for a second term. Celebrity hotel magnate, reality television star, payer of hush money to porn stars, President Donald Trump was, in the polls, far ahead of any potential opposition from the Democratic Party, whose front runner prior to going into Iowa was superhero Tiny Man, whose campaign manager was a shrewd nobody named Johnny Word. A campaign plagued by a cloud of hackers generating crude lies might have been doomed by a discriminating electorate, but it was the new normal. Super PAC funded attack ads and bots iterating lies on social media, anonymous and near total distortion of the process, unnamed money and opinion hacking of unknown origin, overlapping ecosystems of bullshit. Lies emerge from nowhere and instantly find adherents, and when these pure tendrils of nonsense eventually creep into the diamond glare of fact, rather than be soldered into stumps, zap, the lies instead seem to grow faster in the light of truth. Because there is no purple shared truth, every assertion is suspect. The shining light of reasoning based on fact, more suspect than lies. As Trump would tell us if he could, there's a conspiracy to push this thing called truth, a really insidious cult with tendrils in law, academe, science, even government. The incumbent is calling truth out for what it is. Fake. By Iowa, Tiny Man had been on the campaign trail so long that all his fears had been realized. Joe Biden had misspoken Tiny Man's name in a televised debate, referring to him as Mighty Man, which young people thought expressed a generally unwoke attitude towards Super X humans. Tiny Man didn't think Warren liked him. He thought this because she told him so, on TV. Hillary came out of her coffin to trash Tiny Man on the Sunday shows, saying he had never even successfully rescued a kitten from a tree. Tiny Man had re-energized a generation of youth who had become alienated by the process of standing in line to choose between two candidates who did not represent their interests, even as advanced polling rendered their votes of no consequence. And though Tiny Man definitely did not want to run for president, at this point, with Johnny Word's skillfully wrought campaign apparatus locked around him, Tiny Man estimated that the easiest thing to do was run and lose. Or so he hoped. Neither of them had seriously considered the sobering prospect of a Tiny Man presidency. They would not have to confront the reality of that until later. As always, before making a decision about the campaign, Johnny Word called his numbers guy. Evans, Word, how is the Russian interference with the campaign affecting the numbers? Right. Yeah, should we denounce it publicly? Okay, run a simulation. Let me know if the numbers decelerate. Johnny Word crumpled up a coffee-ringed cocktail napkin, haiku, and tried to focus. How could you calculate the odds of Trump being reelected? Well, let's look at the record. Going back as far as Johnny Word could sensibly recall, Herbert Hoover, elected 1928, not reelected, Great Depression 1929. Bad luck. Move over, Hoover, and let Frankie take over. This is the column I'm rooting for. Presidents unseated rather than reelected. Let's continue. FDR, reelected as fuck. Do not tell Trump he served more than 2 terms. Tell him he was a socialist. Truman, another check in the reelected column. Ike, reelected. JFK, shot. we're not going to count that. Johnson, re-elected, but not really elected in the first place. All right. We'll count it. So going into Nixon, criminal, war criminal, re-elected in what could be taken as evidence of deeply rooted American stupidity or Republican Party loyalty, or the place on the Venn diagram where the two overlap. But Tricky Dicky resigned to dodge impeachment. Ford, not re-elected, but not elected either. We'll count him. And then there's Jimmy Carter. Not re-elected when going up against the creepy Reagan campaign machine. And Reagan, criminal, war criminal, like Nixon before him, re-elected. Pretty handily, as I recall. Then we get into Bush 1. Not re-elected. Interesting. Despite being a criminal and a war criminal and a popular war criminal, the only president to unexpectedly conceive, brand, wage, and then end a war in a single administration, all to save Kuwait, and not re-elected, supposedly because of a faltering economy. Slick Willie, impeached for the crime of lying about adultery under oath and acquitted, re-elected. He got impeached after being re-elected, for the record. Now, that brings us, of course, up to Bush 2, aka W. Despite having been, up to that point, quite arguably the most worstest and embarrassing president in history, whose poor grasp of elocution filled novelty books and whose wars are still generating flag-draped coffins with neither end nor objective in sight, re-elected, did better the second time, won the popular vote apparently, dusted Kerry. Was it the sheen of the September 11th wartime president landing on the aircraft carrier with the mission accomplished banner? I hope not, because it is exactly that I am so afraid of that I shouldn't even say it. Trump as a wartime president. Don't let him think of that. Everybody pretend you're going to vote for him and just switch it up at the last minute. Obama brings our score up to 9-4, from which we can crudely infer that Trump's odds for being re-elected are 2-1.
Tiny man for president, tiny man for president, tiny man for president. Yay, yay, yay.
Protesters, look.
Hello, I'm Tyrone McKinley Freeman. I'm the author of Madam C.J. Walker's Gospel of Giving, Black Women's Philanthropy During Jim Crow, published by the University of Illinois Press. Thank you so much for taking time to stop by and visit with me to learn more about this book. I really appreciate your time and interest. Madam C.J. Walker is a very important historical figure in American history. And in this book, I wanted to tell a part of her life that hasn't received a lot of attention. She was born in 1867, right after the Civil War and the beginnings of emancipation. And by the time she died at the end of World War I in 1919, she had become a millionaire who had built a beauty culture company that literally became an empire, selling products all across the country and even overseas. And in the process, she did a lot to help Black women and African Americans fight against the scourge of Jim Crow's racism and sexism. And so in this story, I'm trying to share how her generosity unfolded across her lifetime. We usually think about philanthropy as something that only the richest people among us do, and they usually do it after they spend their lives accumulating wealth and then start focusing on issues of importance to them and to society later in old age. Well, Madam Walker flipped that. She was generous from pretty much from the beginning, even though she really had very little, but she was generous with what she had. And so I think it offers an important story, a deeper way of understanding her as an American figure, and also a way of understanding African Americans as philanthropists, which again is not something that's widely covered in the media or part of our imagination when we think of who are the top philanthropists of any given historical era. And so today, I want to share with you a brief excerpt from the book. It's from the third chapter entitled Education. And I should tell you that each chapter in the book is named for a particular kind of gift that Madam Walker gave to help others. The education chapter is about how she built a network of schools to provide education for African Americans as an alternative, again, amid Jim Crow's racism and sexism at the turn of the 20th century. So let's get started. And I should say in this excerpt, the very influential and powerful political leader Booker T. Washington makes an appearance. On Friday, August 23rd, 1912, Madam C.J. Walker, now a wealthy 45-year-old African-American manufacturer of beauty care products, stood before an audience of approximately 2,000 that had filled a church on the south side of Chicago, Illinois, to participate in Booker T. Washington's 13th annual meeting of the National Negro Business League. Washington, the prominent Black leader and advocate for Black industrial education, had organized the group 12 years earlier to serve as a network for promoting Black economic development in Jim Crow America. It quickly became popular and well attended by Black business owners and professionals from across the country. Washington stood close to Walker that day, but he was chagrined because she was not a scheduled speaker. After months of trying to get Washington's attention through letters and recommendations made on her behalf by mutual friends, Walker was fed up with Washington's inattention and refusal to put her on his program. So she commandeered the floor from him and demanded to speak. Madam Walker wanted to share her story and gain Washington's respect and endorsement. Her company was growing. She had overcome much and wanted to help other Black women conquer similar obstacles. She had a clear strategy for doing so through her company. She believed she was an entrepreneur deserving of respect with as much to share, if not more, as the packed slate of speakers who had dominated the meeting for nearly 3 days. She admired and identified with Booker T. Washington, who had made it out of slavery to become a national leader, and she viewed her own life as having a similar ascending trajectory. At this point, she could endure his slights no more. Walker's disruption of the program began with her own defiant declaration, quote, "Surely you're not going to close the door in my face," end quote, as she got up from her seat and walked to the front near a stunned Washington. She proceeded to outline the case to the audience for her speaking by highlighting her struggles as a poor washerwoman, the legitimacy of the beauty culture industry in her business, the size of her staff and her physical plant, her income, and the accoutrements of her success, such as her 2 automobiles. The crowd interrupted Walker's speech with great applause, but she urged them to stop so she could continue, not knowing how much Washington could stand before cutting her off. For the climax of the presentation, Walker left the audience with a particular statement with great implications for the history of Black education and Black women's philanthropy. Quote, "Perhaps many of you have heard of the real ambition of my life, the all-absorbing idea which I hope to accomplish. And when you have heard what it is, I hope you will catch the inspiration, grasp the opportunity to do something of far-reaching importance, and lend me your support. My ambition is to build an industrial school in Africa. By the help of God and the cooperation of my people in this country, I am going to build a Tuskegee Institute in Africa." End quote. The audience applauded loudly as Walker resumed her seat. They loved her idea and her overall message. Washington tried to recover quickly by moving on to the next agenda item with little acknowledgement of Walker's presentation. But she had had her moment. Her impromptu and forceful speech has been used by scholars to document her legacy as a Black female entrepreneur, but not so much as a philanthropist, educator, and supporter of industrial education. This model of education focused on the teaching and learning of basic agricultural trade skills to promote the dignity of labor as a pathway to economic and then political empowerment for African Americans after emancipation. At the time, Washington's conceptualization of industrial education was lauded by white Northern industrial philanthropists such as Andrew Carnegie, who promulgated it across the South through a significant investment of their resources, which was vehemently critiqued by people like W.E.B. Du Bois, William Monroe Trotter, the Black press, and many others as being detrimental to the race. As a result of these tensions, historians over the past 40 years have been very critical of Washington and his motives, his model, and institution as not serving the interests of Black people. Yet, here was this independent Black woman using her voice to advance the contentious philosophy too, as part of her gospel of giving. Walker's direct engagement with industrial education started well before she made her speech at the NNBL meeting, and will continue to play out for years to come. Her dream of building a Tuskegee Institute in Africa represented not only her wholehearted embrace of Washington's controversial educational philosophy, but perhaps one of the most significant philanthropic gifts she gave to others: education. Throughout history, African Americans have pursued education as a prime aspiration. As a resource that had been both denied and pursued, education represented a linchpin for securing hope for individuals and freedom for the race. During slavery, the cultural and operating practices of Southern plantations and the legal statutes of many Southern states prohibited providing even the bare rudiments of literacy for enslaved people, let alone formal schooling. But under secrecy and the constant threat of punishment, many enslaved people aggressively developed their literacy. This impulse for learning expanded after emancipation. African American efforts to establish free communities especially emphasized education and the creation of schools. Booker T. Washington's early observation of the formerly enslaved people's fervor for literacy after emancipation informed his own desire to create Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. He wrote, quote, "It was a whole race trying to go to school. Few were too young and none were too old to make the attempt to learn. As fast as any kind of teachers could be secured, not only were day schools filled, but night schools as well. The great ambition of older people was to try to learn to read the Bible before they died. With this end in view, men and women who were 50 or 75 years old would often be found in night school. Sunday schools were formed soon after freedom, but the principal book studied in Sunday school was the spelling book. Day school, night school, Sunday school were always crowded, and often many had to be turned away for want of room." End quote. The demise of slavery and the rise of Reconstruction may have done away with laws against educating Blacks, but African Americans still had to engage in a long-suffering struggle to assert their freedom and control their own lives. An ideological system of second-class education emerged for them through the efforts of Southern white-led governments and Northern white industrial philanthropists who sought to maintain the status quo of Black racial oppression. In spite of such opposition, educational historian James Anderson observed that Blacks created a unique system of public and private education in the decades after emancipation because they viewed literacy and formal education as means to liberation and freedom. Because the legally sanctioned denial of education was foundational to slavery and Jim Crow, it has been both a principal object of and instrument for Black women's philanthropy, Black women engaging in philanthropy. As an objective, education motivated the voluntary actions of Black women, who were especially adept at educating children, women, families, through their schools, benevolent associations, clubs, fraternal orders, literary societies, normal and industrial schools. The provision of education for the masses was a goal of their philanthropy. They raised funds and ran educational programs. But education itself is a form of philanthropy. The process of teaching and learning is a melioristic act, one that supports participants in acquiring, creating, and using new knowledge, skills, and dispositions, philanthropic gifts, that can dramatically change their relationship to the broader world. The view of education as philanthropy has been elemental in Black women's philanthropy. When Black club women at the beginning of the 20th century set up their educational programs, they were not just providing education as a service. They were using teaching and learning itself to change minds, lives, and conditions for African Americans through literacy, child rearing, hygiene, and other academic and vocational subjects they deemed important for freedom. When Black women teachers, who held positions of esteem in their communities because of the premium placed on education, worked in under-resourced and dilapidated Jim Crow schools, they mentored their students and engaged in community work above and beyond the expectations of their paid positions, because education itself was viewed as an important instrument for uplifting the race. In these ways and more, educating others not only marked a significant aim of Black women's philanthropy, it was a philanthropic act itself. The gift of education supported the definition of African American philanthropy and expanded Madam C.J. Walker's gospel of giving. And again, that's from the opening of chapter 3, entitled Education, from Madam C.J. Walker's Gospel of Giving, Black Women's Philanthropy During Jim Crow. I thank you so much for taking time to stop by and to listen. And I invite you to pick up the book to learn more about what happened to Madam Walker's school in Africa. Was she able to build it in 1912? It's an interesting story. And it also connects to a more recent event because Oprah Winfrey built a school in Africa in 2007. So I invite you to pick up the book to learn more about that story, about this incredible woman who had such a great impact on our country more than 100 years ago, and whose legacy is alive and well today. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Rota. I used to live in Champaign, and I performed at Pygmalion a few years ago, and I'm really excited at the chance to potentially perform again. So I'm going to do some poems that are kind of funny and kind of sad, and some poems from a book I just had published called Giveth and Taketh. This first poem is called In 2013, I Went to 6 Funerals. 1. A good funeral is like a good wedding. Short service, long after party. 2. I think of the dead mostly how I think of a friend who left town, until I catch myself wondering how they are and realize they are nowhere. 3. The answer to the question of evil in Judaism is humor. God cannot stop tragedy, so she taught us how to plant laughter in its underbrush. In other words, as my grandpa always said, being somber is for Presbyterians. Our death parties are more raucous than our New Year's parties. 4. The amount I mourn one's dying is less related to how close we were and more to how much their death makes nonsense of the universe. I hadn't seen Mary in 3 years, but when I hear she died due to complications from a broken leg, the world becomes godless. The sun stays out all night, things begin to fall from the sky at different speeds. Mary does not decompose into the earth to be reborn a tree, but rather sits in an underground box forever and does the only thing lifeless things can, which is turn into smaller and smaller lifeless things until they are just their own stillness. 5. Roger Ebert gave the film Magnolia 5 stars, 4 stars, even though he found it deeply flawed. This sentiment closely parallels that of the eulogy I delivered for my grandfather. 6. My estranged friend Sarah jumps out of a window, and 2 days later there is a funeral, and after the mourner's cottage I leave and drive to the first place I can find that is not a room of crying fathers. So I sit in a Burger King parking lot staring at a notebook, wondering how to write an elegy for a friend I no longer loved. There's too much darkness in the daybreak for the sunset to be clean. Too much darkness in your silhouette, your smile can't be seen. Another dark hole in this grassy knoll, it almost seems obscene. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I hadn't seen you in so long. All right, thank you so much. I'm going to try to lighten things up a little, and for the record, some publications do have a 5-star scare, such as Rolling Stone magazine. All right, not yet. All right, so this next poem is kind of funny and kind of sad. It's like moving more on the funny spectrum. It's about mental health. It's called Inapplicable Diagnoses. While waiting for my therapist, I flipped through the DSM-5 and learned that I do not meet the criteria for the following diagnoses. Boanthropy, a condition in which the subject believes they are a cow or an ox. Erotomania, a condition in which the subject experiences a persistent, overwhelming delusion that a celebrity is in love with them. Boanthropic erotomania, a condition in which the subject believes they are a cow or an ox that a celebrity is in love with. Inverted erotomanic boanthropic portmania, a condition in which the subject believes they are a cow or an ox that is in love with Natalie Portman. Sometimes I think I am an unknown species that is in love with everything but is unable to love any specific thing. Sometimes I think I am an ant who believes the descending boot miles above him is just there for shade. There's no word for these conditions, and I have not been diagnosed as such. Without a label, it is easy to feel alone. Autophagia, a compulsive disorder in which the subject wants to eat themselves. Boanthropic autophagia, a compulsive disorder in which the subject wants to eat themselves because they believe they're a piece of steak. Boanthropic erotomanic autophagia, a compulsive disorder in which the subject believes they are a piece of steak a celebrity is eager to consume. I worry I am unworthy of consumption because I need to consume everything. I think the term for that is anxiety, not the desire to consume, but the fear that anyone near me could get swallowed. Anxiety is a condition describing symptoms shared by 500 million people. This is why I find labels comforting. If I thought I was a cow, I would know there was a herd for me somewhere. Maybe just sitting in a community center auditorium, telling each other hello, discussing their progress and struggles, feeding each other nourishment beyond grass hay or cud or their own good skin, saying it will be okay today. We'll live on 2 feet today. We'll fall, but we'll stand again. All right, thank you. So now I'm going to read a few poems from a book I just had published by Wild Press Books, Giveth and Taketh, available on their website. It is about kind of being Jewish in Trump's America and kind of the strange experience that is. This first poem is from the perspective of my grandma. So it's called Midrash, which is like a story in Judaism. In the book of Genesis, God commands Abraham to ascend Mount Moriah and offer his son Isaac as a sacrifice. Abraham obeys God without question, but in this telling of the story, the part of Abraham will be played by Muriel Levinson, my Jewish grandmother. You want me to sacrifice my boy? But we're having dinner this Wednesday. Why would I do such a thing? You want to test my faith? I don't need faith. I have a family that goes back longer than you do, since before we invented you, spelled your name unpronounceable, myth-made your golden calves and your floods and your 6 million thankless Jobs. But I suppose you work in mysterious ways. At my age, I don't need mysterious ways. I enjoy the holidays, and we don't need you for those anymore, thank you very much. Wait a minute. Is something wrong? Have you eaten? Let me make you some food. Like I always tell the kids, it's good to be hungry, but don't get hungry for the wrong things. Not that it's any of my business, but I think you should eat something. Or maybe lie down. Are you tired? I'm worried about you. You seem tired. Why would you be so tired? It seems like you've been sleeping for a long time. All right, I'm going to read one more poem. This is going to be my last poem. This is also from my book. Again, the book is called Giveth and Taketh. My name is Rota. I miss Champagne very much. This poem, kind of appropriate for our political times, is called Ronald Reagan Was an Idiot and Other Observations About My Birth Year. I was born late. I could give any number of reasons I wanted to stay put. Every birth is a bad hair day for the baby. The star of Bedtime for Bonzo had just been elected to lead us through the Cold War. Maybe I wanted to stick it out till Christmas because I hear that Jews born on Christmas wind up a pretty big deal sometimes. Plus, the world can be a scary place. My mom saw The Shining while I was in utero, though in my cocoon it must have sounded like a whisper wielding an axe. There's nothing more sinister than a secret. How it makes the ears twitch like a dog barking at an earthquake that's not yet shook. I wonder if I mouthed, "Here's Johnny," as I burst into the world. I was born into the winter of 1981, to a 20 below wind chill. In other words, I was born into a world where we still had winter. They don't tell the children their plans to poison the air till the snow melts so the mosquitoes can fly their violent love anywhere they wish. The year I was born, the president was an idiot. Chalking this up to dementia is an insult to dementia. But when you're born into the right skin, to parents who can tell the churches what to teach, you can go from shitty actor to shitty governor to shitty president and still die to become the deity so many pray to when they're lying awake at night fearing demographic shifts. There's nothing more sinister than a secret we all know but pretend to forget. How every newborn is the property of their ancestors' access to wheat. How the cradle can be the grave. How the grave can be a magic phone booth that makes men perfect, redacts our flaws like a designer toupee. Every funeral is a good hair day for the dead. Even the most desperate comb-over appears at peace. But the ice is thawing. The seas are rising. And the warm, flooding earth doesn't preserve anything. All right, thank you so much.
Hey there, my name is Chris. I'm a grad student at the U of I. I'm super grateful to Jim and to Pygmalion for helping us stay connected these days. Cool, yeah, I'm just gonna read a short story tonight called When the Bats Come. When the Bats Come. Not long before the bats are supposed to come out. It's humid, my back is perspiring, and Dave holds my hand so hard that it hurts. But I let him squeeze because I know that he is hurting, we are hurting, and this moment is meant to relieve us somehow. We are on vacation. It's our last night in Austin, Texas, and we're sitting on a greenbelt overlooking Lady Bird Lake, swamped on all sides by scores of tourists, which is to say, I guess, that we're swamped by scores of us. There's got to be over 100 people here, and we are camped out on blankets and lawn chairs, watching with increasing anticipation as the sun sinks behind Congress Avenue Bridge, from where, once it's dark enough, the world's largest urban bat colony will emerge and swarm into the night. Next to us, on the grass, a young couple is consoling a baby who is crying and laughing and who has also just thrown up on itself. One of the mothers is wiping the baby's chin and saying, "Calm down, baby, calm down," and I wonder if the baby's name is Baby. I put my hand on my stomach, which Dave notices, and which only gets him more on edge, and so of course he starts Googling stuff, which is like his whole thing. 1.5 million bats, Dave says, scrolling. Can you even imagine that many of anything? He whistles, and I shake my head, because no, really, I can't. Like, imagine if it was 1.5 million prairie dogs. 1.5 million lobsters. I had hoped that this trip would be good for us. That we'd be able to focus on the here and now for a few days. That Dave might spend more time with me than with his android. That I'd be present enough to not even notice how rarely Dave looks at me. Splashes of pink are reflected across the lake, and there's a version of us a year ago that would be kissing right now. The sun is nearly extinguished. The bats should be out any moment, and the soft blue hue of Dave's phone looks almost otherworldly. Did you know, he asks, that these bats we're about to see? They're Mexican free-tailed bats. They came here from central Mexico. No, I said, still touching my stomach. I didn't. I'm on batcon.org, he says, and I just shrug. The compulsive Googling was cute at first, back when Dave would ask the internet things like Crevalis date ideas or best Netflix documentaries. But as our relationship matured, his searches have taken on an increasing authority. How to tell if you're ready to move in together. How to tell if you should have a kid. How to prevent a recurrent pregnancy loss. Google is his doctor and his therapist, his mother. His obsessive searching has been at an all-time high this past month, ever since that rainy night in June, when we sat on the bathroom floor with our backs against the drywall, holding hands and staring at the results of my third pregnancy test. He gripped my thigh with one hand, his phone in the other. Did you know, he asked, quiet, hopeful, a little guilty, that after 2 miscarriages, there's a 65% chance of a successful third pregnancy? When I didn't say anything, he added, it's pretty good, actually. And I just started crying. Back on the lawn in Austin, Dave keeps rattling off bat facts, but during a breath I interrupt him. Hey, I say, it's been dark for like 10 minutes now. Shouldn't the bats be out? Or hey, how about this, Dave says, ignoring me. Did you know that bats eat 10 to 20,000 pounds of insects each year? How many pounds of Chipotle do you think Americans eat in a year, if you had to ballpark it? The crowd is getting anxious. Next to us, an older guy wearing a polo and a sailing cap asks, what's taking so long? And a second person says, did something happen? And a third someone tells her friend, I'm sure they'll come out soon. They always come out. The chatter continues to rise until the last hint of sunlight has faded. A handful of tourists shine cell phones and flashlights towards the bridge, but there's no sign of any bats. Apparently some bats can live for 20 years, says Dave. Although, that can't be right. I have to double check that. Dave, I say, I think something... I'm about to tell him that I do not feel, as he does, that trivia will make things any better for us. But before I can, there's this siren, this awful wailing silent, all high-pitched and horrible, and the crowd is silent, anticipating gunshots. And Dave even looks up from his phone, and there's this voice, booming from who even knows where, dense like over a loudspeaker, saying over and over, monotone, there are no bats, your God is dead, there are no bats, your God is dead, there are no bats, your God is dead, there are no bats, and everybody's fucking screaming, running, crying, like mass chaos. Somebody bumps into me by accident, then another someone. These kids are getting trampled, and Dave's fingernails dig into my palms, and so deep there's blood, and soon teenagers are joining in, a cacophony of, there are no bats, your God is dead, there are no bats, your God is dead, there are no bats, your God is dead, there are no, but they're breaking rhythm, laughing, way more animated than the original speaker, their volume rising as strobe lights from everywhere descend upon us, and I'm thinking, drones? UFOs? Only I'm not thinking it that articulately. It's just like, this is crazy. All I know is that we need to get out of here. I'm scared about getting crushed, someone stepping on me, the baby. I'm scared about the baby, getting knocked over. These teenagers are pushing people too, like in a mosh pit, real slicks, shouting in people's faces, thrashing. I catch a glimpse of one out of my periphery, and it's almost like she's dancing, the way she's moving, the way she's punching people. I wonder if this thing in my stomach will live to be a teenager, if it will live to be a thing. And a man runs between us and steps on my hand. At first I don't even feel it. I've never seen my fingers bend this way before. One of the mothers is running away from us towards Congress Avenue, holding baby to her chest. I can't tell if she's screaming or not, and I don't know where the other mother is. My knuckles are bleeding, and the pain reminds me that I need to move, and so I scramble to my feet. Dave, I say, motioning that I'm ready to go. Like, let's run, let's keep running until we get away from this, from the sirens, from these teenagers, from the stasis in the sky and in my stomach. But Dave won't move. He's planted on the grass, staring dead-eyed at his phone and typing, "What do you do if there are no bats and you're God?" I scream something. I want it to be "get up" or "help" or "I love you," but I'm not sure any words even come out. Dave scrolls through a Yahoo Answers thread and furrows his brow, and he is crying. I manage to say, "Please?" Dave's eyes are sunken. Internet says to remain calm, he says. He looks back to his search bar, types, "How do you maintain your sense of self in the face of uncertainty and oblivion?" And I know I'll have to leave him. When he first read up about Lady Bird Lake, Dave told me that he wanted us to go because he wanted to see a sky that was imperceptibly alive. That's how he said it, imperceptibly alive. Something in his phrasing there, a flash of something broken. And I have this vision of the kind of night we might be having if things were different. Sitting together in the dark, safe and in love, hopeful, and staring upwards at the shifting sea of bats blanket out the stars. Just before taking off towards Congress Avenue, to safety, to find out if this is an aberration, or if there are no more golden retrievers in the suburbs, no more rats in Brooklyn, to look for the other mother, the mother of baby, and ask her how she could ever keep a thing like that alive in a world like this. I look up to the sky, and I'm struck by the notion that it's dark, yes, just like it should be, that here, tonight, there is no room, no chance, no hope for movement. Hey, thanks a lot. Again, thank you to Jim, thanks Pygmalion. Stay safe out there.
Once came across a blind dinosaur. We foresaw what went and came before us. Do you even think he saw us? But like Taurus, I'm relentlessly pacing, chasing a deeper view. Socially conditioned, positioned without a right to choose. Right to choose. If I had a right, I'd choose left. No quest. I've been ready when you're not.